We are back. It is I, Sir Bombcat, the Bombcat Land, returning with Swords of Legends Online. I'm trying not to cough right now. You know when you can feel it and you know it's coming, but you're trying to struggle. You have the ability to struggle through. That's what I'm doing right now. Okay, sorry. I knew that was coming. I was trying to hold it down. You can't suppress the cough, though. But yeah, we're back with more Swords of Legends Online. Been having some fun with this game. And yeah, get hopefully to into the mid 30s today. Maybe even level to next thing, whatever it's called. Next thing, yeah, that's what it's. Student 1 or whatever it's called. Get that going. Because we're kind of getting close. We're like, what, 28? So yeah, I was going to stream yesterday, but after work, yeah, my mic's on. I don't know why, for some reason I didn't think my mic was on. But yeah, I was just not feeling that great. Like, exhausted, etc., etc. So instead of forcing myself to stream and it probably being like an hour and a half long and me not being too, like, happy, I just said, fuck it, take a night off. Do it better tonight. So yeah. I am on new internet, so this is going to be interesting to see how well this goes. It should be like way faster. So here's hoping. Either that or it's gonna crash and burn and like I'm gonna be calling Kojiko threatening to eat their puppies. Because that's what you do, right? When something doesn't work, you threaten to eat their puppies in order to get them to do what you want. Right? I will get into Discord to put up with Brian. Because he smells like poop and is apparently in the mood to complain about things, but when isn't he in the mood to complain about things? So, I apologize in advance for him complaining.
I don't complain about anything that doesn't deserve complaining. So,
let me guess, you're gonna complain about how the Toronto Blue Jays won again.
no, I'm not worried about it. It ain't got nothing to do with baseball.
Shohei Ohtani is going to be traded.
Why would I be mad about that? That's what I've been waiting on.
I don't know, I'd be more interested in Juan Soto if I were you. Because Juan Soto's a better baseball player.
Juan Soto is not better. He's only better at batting, and that ain't even really by much.
He definitely is. He's definitely younger, has more potential. Shohei Ohtani isn't the greatest pitcher. He's just the greatest on a bad team, pitching-wise.
Yeah, but you've always hated Shohei.
No, I just hate the Angels because they waste their talented players.
Shohei is the best
guy named Shohei in baseball.
Two-way player right now that can pitch and bat.
He's
both
the
at top
only
10 levels. Like his stats are top 10.
Not really.
So, young.
Daily gift.
Everybody. You know what's funny is everybody's talking up Aaron Judge for hitting as many home runs as he did before the All-Star break. But Shohei hit 33 last year before the break, so fuck you, Aaron Judge.
It's giving us quizzes? Riddle 2. What are the prerequisites for purchasing the Alliance Cat Bamboo? I don't fucking know. Sure. Oh, I got it wrong. I already answered them. Baxium Bato. Okay. Which instant boss? I don't fucking know this. Okay, so at least we're getting. Okay, we still suck at remembering what we're supposed to do. It's 1-5. Okay. 1-5.
Remember the streamer we talked about trashing a certain game for like basically what, half a year straight? Starts with an A, ends with a D.
Ass World?
Sure. But you remember this person constantly putting out a video, 3-4, like it seemed like 3 or 4 videos a day for like half a year straight, shitting on World of Warcraft, right?
You said starts with A, ends with D. It's W, ends with T. Oh, Asmongold. Oh, I thought you were talking the game. Okay.
Say, what are you smoking?
I thought you had said the game's name starts with A, ends with D, and I was like, that's why I was like Ass World, because that starts with A, ends with D.
No.
I need to write this down so I don't just keep like doing the wrong answers, because I don't fucking remember what I was doing. So it's Max. I just want to get this done and get whatever rewards it is. Oh, this isn't a good thing. It has a bunch of typing on it. Freaking making me do things. There we go. My pen's gonna work now. Max is the first one. Then it's 1, 5. Then it's, I think it's this one? No. Done? No. Max. This is gonna be like the hardest part of the whole stream. Me trying to figure out which button to press in order for me to frickin' get past this scorpion. Okay, and then no. Vaxian, we're slowly getting damage? No. Feet Faye. I don't know why they make me think. Not even really thinking, it's just writing things down because I clearly haven't done any of this shit, so it's just like brute forcing things until like you get where you need to go. Silver Scorpion, Fei Chi, 5-5? No. This is harder than raiding in World of Warcraft. 10-10. Okay, it's 10-10. There we go, I figured it out. Congratulations on your win on like the 840th time. So do I get to do that once a day for like free gifts?
I was waiting on you to get done so I didn't distract you from your notes and your quiz on Sword of Legends.
Not really a quiz. Quiz you can fail. You can't really fail that, right?
Sure. You can. You just
You get to do it over and over and over again.
But you remember Preach and Asmon quit WoW, and after they quit WoW, did nothing but publicly bash the game and shit, right? For the half a year straight, right?
Well, that's
so
what everyone does, right? It's like the theme of the day is if you don't play the game, you're gonna make fun of it.
But see, I lost all respect. I had very little respect for Asmon after what he did with the videos and shit. Left anyway. But I've lost all respect for both of them motherfuckers. Whoa. They came crawling back and now kissing the ass of Blizzard because they released a new expansion.
Well, they haven't released it. It's in.
But they're on the alpha. Yeah, they're on the alpha, and now they're kissing their ass.
Well, it's their moneymaker. You know they're going to like suck up.
I mean, I'm not sure. No, Asmon makes money no matter what. Preach, sure, I'll give you Preach. But
yeah, he's definitely a.
Because I don't know what Preach did after he quit WoW. I think he went to like. He probably went to Final Fantasy or some shit.
Well, everyone goes to Final Fantasy. It's like the flavor of the year, I guess you could call it. Not really flavor of the month. That's why I'm like, I guess it's flavor of the year. People don't want to get creative, or big streamers don't want to get creative and play interesting games that they haven't played 40 times before, so, you know, they go back to the same game over and over again. Just saying.
I just don't... See, if I was Blizzard, I wouldn't have even let them two fuckers in the alpha.
They make a lot of money for Blizzard, right? Because if they say, oh my god, this is so good, people are more likely to, like, throw their money at the game. So I can see why Blizzard wants them there, because their hope is that they like it, right?
Don't get me wrong, it's fine to have opinions, and even if they're wrong opinions.
Yeah, the thing is, an opinion can never really be fully wrong, unless it's like an opinion that hurts someone. Right? Like, if I say I don't like baseball, that's not a wrong opinion, because I'm allowed to not like baseball, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about if you're like the only person that logically would ever say what you're saying, even if it's, you can say it, nobody can stop you from saying it, you're right to say it, but you're still fucking wrong, and everybody else would say you're wrong. That's the type of shit I'm talking about. Like if it's 100 people disagree with you, and only you alone agree with you. Right?
But that's still, in my opinion, even if it's not a, like, popular opinion, you can still be like, okay, I really like Nickelback.
Insufficient
That's an
inventory
unpopular opinion. But that doesn't make you wrong, that just makes you have an unpopular opinion. Right?
I like some of their songs.
No, but like, you can be like, Nickelback is my favorite band, and people will be like, you're just wrong. But no, you're not, because you're entitled to your opinion, right?
I don't know, maybe there's a better word I could be using than opinion. It's just... Because what I'm saying is... Two-faced. Being two-faced. Going behind people's back, and this way it would be something you spent 15 plus years of your life on every day. Saying fuck it, you hate it, this product is shit, people who run it are shit, everything is shit, and then leaving, saying you're done with it. But then 4 months later, you come crawling back.
I'm gonna do the exact same thing. I'm even calling myself out about that because I'll stream WoW when Dragonfly comes out.
Yeah, but you don't make videos and shit talking about
I could.
referencing WoW in every single thing that you've ever put on the internet in video form since
could.
you quit the game. Yeah, you could, but
I don't like making those long videos because they take so much time to make. I have other things to do with my time.
you wouldn't have to make it a long video. It could be something that's not even game related, and you probably put WoW sucks in it. Went to eat at Waffle House. World of Warcraft is a shit game. Right?
But is
Just
World
throw
of
it on the
Warcraft
end of
better
every-
than eating at Waffle House? I don't know. I've never been. I don't even think Canada has those.
Waffle House is where you go after hangovers. That's what I've always been told.
I'll take your word for it just because Canada doesn't have them. Or at least I don't think so. I don't even think we have IHOPs. Never seen one.
Joke about Waffle House is if your cooks aren't outside at 3 in the morning when you pull up drunk as hell, it's not going to be good food. Good old, like, Waffle House is like the Dollar General of the South. There's about 3 of them in every city, if not more. You could go 3 blocks and find 3 different Waffle Houses.
Oh, so it's like Tim Hortons here.
Dollar Trees, Dollar General, and Waffle House. You'll find them everywhere.
What about
Feiju,
Starbucks?
is that you? I did hear your voice.
We have one Starbucks, and it's way off in like a shitty area, like shitty.
Thank you for taking
parking
care
lot
of me in the last year.
That's lower than the highway. It's weird where they
son-
put Starbucks at.
I don't know if. Huh. I think my. Where's the character voices? Character voices need to be taken down a little bit here. Take that down too. Take that down. I don't know how that got changed, but you know, because I had good volume like 4 days ago.
And so these are the remains
Okay, that's
of
good.
my
Okay.
son. It was his
Because see, the
wish.
desktop, the
So,
audio in game
I'm
should not be
going to
louder
grant
than
it.
like us talking.
That's a dude?
Free child has been
Wow,
wanting him
no,
ever
I'm not
since
talking
he was a
about
child.
you. I was looking at
But then
Twitter,
was
and
like
the
loyalty,
MLB was talking
loyalty,
about the
loyalty.
Orioles select Jackson
But
Holiday
if I
with
had a
first
chance to
overall pick in
start all over
2022.
again, I'd prefer to
And I was
die
looking
on
at the picture, and I'm
battlefield
like, that's a woman.
instead of
And but
hiding
apparently
like
not. He looks just like a woman.
Dude,
I always wanted to tell you that I'm very
100%
proud of
looks like a 30s, 35-year-old woman.
God.
Even if we did
Who
re-
made that song?
the blood, don't.
Was it that,
Because that song, you'd never be able to come out with that song now.
Oh.
probably would.
Look,
It just Aerosmith.
And there, although it's a trip
Because
to
that's
village,
definitely a song that like aged not very well.
There's nothing wrong with it.
you just said you.
There's
I know
worse
some-
songs that came out this year than that. Like, hell, the singer of Aerosmith looks like a lady.
Inventory
What do you
space.
mean?
You just said. I know some.
Insufficient
Oh,
inventory
that's the-
space.
It would be nice to like actually like go somewhere so I can like sell stuff. Because I'm like, I've been full for like ages.
You just said you wanted to go to White. I know.
You have a new
Most-
message. Please reward for travel notes on Britney Spears concerts.
Most of the people that listen to stuff like that from the 80s and 90s don't give a shit about it anyway,
Well,
because
because they've
they
been listening
probably
to it for like 40 years now, right?
no. I'm talking about like kids that would have grown up with parents that listened to it, so they grew up listening to it. They're not gonna care about that because they grew up around it. But if you're somebody who did grow up around that, then odds are somebody asked you who Aerosmith was, you ain't gonna know who the fuck that is.
I vaguely know Aerosmith, like, I've heard of them. I don't really know any of their songs.
That's a shame.
What? I don't like 80s rock in general because it's like the worst decade for rock.
Crazy.
It is. Like, everyone knows that 80s is... Yeah. What happens when rock takes drugs? Wears leotards.
Rock has always been drugs. What are you talking about?
Okay, but it's the hair metal wear leotards decade.
No.
It is.
No, there's never been a decade of, honestly, of rock that was bad. There's been bad bands, but there's not
surname was Yin.
Okay, it's still
purely
the worst
bad
decade.
family of
decades.
scholars.
No.
As time passed, the family lost
Okay,
its
then
story.
what
would
would
say
you call the worst
2020s
decade?
And she
is
was forced
2020s.
to work in a
I don't
brothel.
think there's been a... I don't even know any of the new fucking rock bands that are out.
You are horrible.
Because they're all shit.
No, they're not.
Name 5 right now.
Like, are we talking brand new or ones that have, like...
2020s, in the decade,
Like,
2020.
No,
onward.
I'm asking... Like, are you talking about, like, bands that come out with current, like, new stuff? Or are you talking about,
New
like, a
bands,
brand new band?
Brand new bands. Name brand new bands that ain't shit that's old, just coming out with new songs.
What, like... age do they, like, have to, like, not be? Like, are we talking, like, something like Northlane? Northlane era, those are, like, great bands that are, like, progressive metal, and they're, like, 5 or so years old, so is 5 years old the cutoff? Or are we talking, like...
From 2020 onward to 2020.
Oh, fucking 2020, no clue. No clue. Those bands are all brand new, so...
Hell,
like,
even I don't know any. Well, I take that back. There was like 2, but you would not probably have ever heard of them because they're not from our side of the world.
Okay, Northlane's not from our side of the world. Bum 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 bum. Northlane's from Australia.
Cannot be accepted.
I already did this, so why can't I do this again? Why didn't it go away? What were you saying, though?
For some reason, her name is the name of her band is not wanting to. I can't remember it. I've made references to her before. Remember, I was talking about Mudvayne and how the singer was. A lot of people nowadays that are in like the bands that do a lot of the screaming during the. Like you know how Bullet for My Valentine used to have the screaming incorporated in their song.
They definitely still
But some
do
of them,
that.
Well, I'm talking about the good songs from the early 2000s. Rain or Tears Don't Fall, for example. Use that as an example. You know how he screamed.
Okay, you clearly haven't listened to their newer stuff, but sure.
It seems
Yeah,
as though my time.
I'm not the person to usually listen to new shit unless it just falls that way. I prefer the old stuff.
Cause
Or
like,
stuff that I grew up with.
you should like definitely listen to their new album because it's in a lot of ways heavier and more screamy than anything they've done in the past at least 2 albums, if not longer. Like, look up the song Shatter. That is a very heavy song. Same with Knives. Parasite. Like, it's a really good album. It's not their best, but you know. Are these little birthday cake things?
In the beginning, there were 7 of us.
In the beginning? There were 7.
I'll never forget that you say. So why?
Oh, we got light focus crystal tool. Oh, okay. It's just an item upgrade thingamajigger.
Why She Village has been famous for its beauty since ancient
Wait though,
times.
I can look up like all the most popular
Lately,
rock
though,
bands of the
rumors of
50s,
the village being
60s,
haunted
70s,
have been
and
making the
80s.
rounds, and a lot of people want to leave.
Why is Michael Jackson under the rock bands?
Such a lovely place.
He's
Such a
Because he's hard rock.
Definitely
What
not.
we're talking about. He's like thrash metal.
10 years ago.
brother.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure Michael Jackson. Like, I'm pretty sure he could have done any fucking genre of music if he put
I don't
his
know if he
mind
had
to
the
it.
voice for thrash metal or like growling or something like that.
it is as
No, but he could have done rock.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, brother.
He disappeared years ago, so there's no hurry. If Meng Jizhang really showed up in this Waixio village before,
Really hard to
then
say.
I'm sure I'll be able to
I,
find out some information about
I can't say any decade was really bad. I've gone all the way back to the 40s, and there's shit, really shit from the 40s that I like. There's
80s is
too many.
still the worst. Like 80s is when it was the most generic. Like let's make songs about like partying 90% of the time. Like don't get me wrong, bands still do, but it was like the notorious decade of hair metal and rock and roll all night and party every day.
I can't even say that though, because you had Queen, you had Guns N' Roses, Metallica, AC/DC, Bon Jovi, Foreigner. Well, I don't know about U2. I never liked U2. Or let me rephrase that. I never listened to U2. I don't know if I would like them or not.
Well, I don't listen to you either, so I don't know why you need to talk about not listening to me.
U2 was Bono's band.
Oh, I'm making a terrible joke. They have that annoying song called Vertigo that came out in like the early 2000s.
Judas Priest was also in the 80s. Def Leppard.
I'm not saying all bands were bad. I'm just saying it was the most generic. Like, the popular bands of, like, if you take the top, like, 25 bands, I would say 80% of them are probably hair metal, and their popular songs are all about having sex with women and doing copious amounts of drugs. Am I wrong? It's
Not the hair. Like I'm talking. Like I listen to. To give you, I'm trying to think of what I would what bands I've listened to that would be considered hair metal. Def Leppard, Poison. Even though I don't, I guess Poison could be considered hair metal, but they really. Poison. Bon Jovi I've listened to, but I don't really listen to a lot of their songs. I only like a few songs. Guns N' Roses, I guess. Metallica definitely was like in their early, in the 80s. Yeah. Who else? When did Dire Straits come about?
I don't know. I always thought Dire Straits was country.
No.
I don't know. I don't listen to garbage.
They came around in the 70s. Excuse me, sir. They are not garbage. They are
Every band
classic.
but Nine Inch Nails is garbage.
No.
The only band
But
you
Dire
ever-
Straits was British, and British back then in the 70s and now. If you don't have long hair, I don't consider you
Upper limit reached.
a hair band, so. That and their songs really work.
Okay, but do they wear spandex?
No.
Upper limit
He wore a headband, but that ain't spandex.
Well, no.
And not even like one of the fancy headbands. Like you'd see somebody in like Def Leppard wear, keep their hair out of their eyes and shit, just like a exercise band type of headband. Plus they were British, and I don't think the Brits ever really got down with hair bands.
Like hair metal bands or wearing hair bands?
Like the genre of music that you hate.
It's not that I hate it, it's that it was the most like watered down generic. Like even like the 90s had multiple different types of music that were like really, really popular, because you started with like the end of hair metal, then you went to grunge, then you went to kind of like new metal. Like there was like a bunch of different stuff. In the 80s, it was just the decade of hair metal and terrible music choices called new wave, which isn't rock, but it was still a terrible musical choice and is an abomination.
Thanks to you, our village.
Dire Straits had one of the best,
Well,
what made me a fan of them was their song Money for Nothing, where him and he had written a song. He was in a hardware store or whatever one day, and two of them, the guys that were like moving appliances and stuff for their job, were talking trash about like the people on MTV performing. So he wrote down every single thing they said and made it into a song.
There's no.
And he kind of got in trouble because him.
Medicine you should be careful.
The song uses the other F word
If you're not, it's been a few.
in regards to gay people,
Oh, okay.
but at the time he did not where he was from, it meant something entirely different.
Well, depending
So
on
later
what
down the
era, it was
road-
a pile of sticks.
So later down the road, I forget what he had to go to the studio, and it was, I think, either edited out or just censored altogether out of the song. But you don't mean shit. There's just the uncensored version. It's got more views than the damn censored version.
Well, that's normally how it is. No one wants to hear, like, instead of I want to fuck you like an animal, I want to like an animal, or whatever they do with the Nine Inch Nails song, right? Like,
My favorite's when, like, the radio stations find the most out of the blue random ass sounds to censor a song. Instead of fuck, you'll hear like a cow mooing. Makes no sense at all. Why would you ruin the song like that?
because ragdoll physics. Oh, we don't want to.
But the opening, like, guitar riff in that song is legendary. It's up there with, like, any other guitar riff ever.
Not as good as Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes. Although, I'm like halfway through the sentence going, wait a second, I'm not talking about a guitar riff, I'm talking about the bass. You know the song I'm talking about though, right?
What song? Who are you? I didn't even hear who you said.
Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes.
Man, overrated.
Oh yeah, totally. 100% overrated. There's definitely a band that I've never quite like fully understood why people liked it so much. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not horrible, but they're not like gonna go out and like buy all their CDs or even one of them. That one's done. Extinguished turquoise lantern. Oh no, it's a nameless corpse. I'm gonna name it Steve.
I can't pick on you for your Nine Inch Nails fandom because I'm just as bad with
Britney
certain
Spears.
bands.
No. Really? I don't know. I think my Nine Inch Nails fanboyness is a little bit over the top. I will be the first to admit that. Like, yeah. I like other bands, clearly, because I said like North Lane and Era and all them are great. But at the same time, a great band that isn't Nine Inch Nails, clearly not as good as Nine Inch Nails. Okay. I thought it wouldn't have been. This one, right? This one? Yeah. Nine Inch Nails is like the only band that, in my opinion, has never released a bad song
Nobody would
that's
have thought
like
the nocturnal spirit would give the jackdaws
been
trouble,
around
shall
since
we?
like at least the
Beautiful
80s or
Waishore
90s.
village is in for a rough time.
I can think of other bands.
Like, and don't say Tool, or else I'm gonna find where you live and throw you in the garbage.
They haven't released a bad song.
Tool is
Just 'cause they're
overrated
cool.
garbage.
People can say that about fucking 9 Inch Nails.
Okay, but in my opinion, Tool is overrated garbage.
Okay.
It's what 9 Inch Nails would be if Trent Reznor was a pretentious douchebag.
He is a pretentious douchebag. So-
Not as much as Maynard Keenan, whatever his name is, though.
No, they're both my shit doesn't stink type of people.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Trent sure maybe used to be when he was on drugs, but now he's down to earth and decent.
Mm-hmm.
He's not as
Maynard hasn't had any problems since he got older either. He just sits in his damn vineyard all day.
gets drunk off wine and decides 13-minute songs are fun.
Makes things clear.
We.
Just because you don't like them doesn't mean they're bad. It just means you don't like them.
I'd like them if they were like 3.5 minutes long.
Yes, you're.
Alice in Chains
Let's
is
step.
another one.
I'm
I
not
mean,
really
I know you
familiar
don't
with
like
them.
grunge.
I'm not really familiar with them.
Wait, let me see your face.
I don't really like go for grunge. Like, don't get me wrong, there are times here and there that I'll like listen to Nirvana a bit, but I wouldn't say there are any real grunge bands that I really go nuts for. Really like know their discography. Even Nirvana, like I've listened to Nevermind, I've listened to In Utero, but I wouldn't say I'm a fan of Nirvana. I'm a fan of the Foo Fighters, but not Nirvana.
Nirvana might have been the first and the ones to get grunge popular, but they weren't the best grunge band. Alice in Chains was better. When Lane was still alive anyway. Once they tried to replace Lane after he died, the singing was never the same, so the band was never as good. Don't get me wrong, the new guy did what he could do with what he has. He can't help not being able to compete with a legendary vocalist, but it is what it is.
It's like,
Xia Liang and Chu Ying used to be outstanding envoys of the
what was the
Turquoise
band that
Lantern.
recently... the one whose Animal I Have Become, I Hate Everything About You. Yeah, they replaced Adam Gontier, and the guy who sings now isn't nearly as good as Adam Gontier.
I didn't do anything to you. Don't hurt me.
The population isn't, well, there are a few people. Like, obviously, there are a couple in every little town, but it's not
Mung,
super
save
busy
me.
in game. But yeah,
Awake?
3 Days Grace was another band like
woman.
that that's like not
Of course,
nearly as
even
good
though the girl
without
he was after,
Adam
Zhao
Gontier,
Li,
which,
only had eyes for the
don't get me wrong, 100% get behind him getting clean and doing what he needs to do to kick his addiction to, I think it was alcohol. I'm pretty sure it was alcohol, but
Well, that's why most of these legendary and Hall of Fame rock and roll people always tell
How did I?
people, if you don't end up doing drugs at least once as a rock star, you
Yes,
were
and
never
it's-
really fully experiencing the rock and roll lifestyle, because they all get sucked into that shit.
My head.
to a
How
certain
did-
extent.
Charlie.
Some get sucked
Mr.
in and
Chuck
get out,
every
right?
Oh,
Well, that's part of what he was talking about. Even if you are clean now, if you've been in the music, that genre of music, that lifestyle, from the 80s to now, you've done drugs at least a dozen times, probably.
You probably... How do I want to say this? If you've done drugs a dozen times, you've probably done drugs a lot more than a dozen times. Right? Especially hard drugs, you don't do once and just like, oh, well, cocaine was fun. Usually you get like stuck in them, right?
I don't know of any music band or any band that had a rock band that didn't have one or more members on drugs during its best years. Let's put it that way.
Best. Not best for their health, but I get what you're saying.
But best in, yeah. That's why that's where the analogy came, selling your soul to the devil.
Words.
Because you're selling your health to the drugs.
Fair enough. I don't really want to say fair enough, because that means I'm like agreeing with the fact that you need drugs in order to make good music. In my opinion, Nine Inch Nails is just as good without doing drugs. Right? I don't know if you've listened to much of the...
I don't listen. I told you, if I listen to a band, it's usually the shit that I've been put onto, and most of the time, I prefer... I can't think of a band that I don't prefer the old over the new. Maybe Sabaton, maybe a couple of Alice in Chains songs like The Devil Put Dinosaurs Here, which is in their top 10.
Personally, Nine Inch Nails now is just as good as Nine Inch Nails. It's not like they're better, or he's better. It's just, I prefer them equally. Like, you toss a song on from With Teeth and I like it just as good as, you know, anything off Downward Spiral.
My biggest problem with Maynard and Tool and... So I like all of his bands. All of his bands were good to me, and my problem with him is not that he can't do it or he's not good anymore. He's content where he's at, so all he does is fucking remix his songs now, so... That's my problem with Maynard.
I don't know, I'm not obviously that familiar with Tool. I don't overly care for Tool, so yeah, I don't know what he does and what he doesn't do.
10,000 Days were still his best album, which it makes sense because that was the album he made after his mother passed. So it was basically his album to kind of grieve in his own way. Wings for Marie, part 1 and 2 were his goodbyes to her. It's definitely like top 10 in his songs for sure.
I know like maybe 2 or 3 of his songs or their songs. I don't know if it's like Nine Inch Nails and it's just Maynard or...
Well, the whole album, The 10,000 Days, was like the whole album it was all about his mother because 10,000 Days was how long she was paralyzed for before she passed away.
10,000? How many years is that?
Most of his life.
That's... wow. Yeah, I have no clue anything about...
27.3 years. Basically 24. Or 28, I mean. She was bound to a wheelchair, and that album was all about that. Well, what
Hey,
the
Silly,
album
you're
was
just in
dedicated
time.
to his
A
mother.
young Lord Juan, as long as... Huh?
The album name was in regards to her. You've suffered 10,000 days, now you can be at peace finally.
At least it has a good meaning. I will say that. Like I said, I may not be a big fan of their work, but I can at least, you know, get behind that.
That's why my one Tool shirt that I own is 10,000 days.
But is
The
it
only
10,000
band
days?
shirt that I have. I don't have any other band shirts. There's other shirts, the bands I wouldn't mind having shirts for, but
Like?
Sabaton, Alice in Chains,
Britney Spears.
Rammstein. There's a lot of bands I would not be against having shirts for.
See, I'd be the one getting
there
like
was
Sum
one,
41 and...
you know, Sum 41 too, but I don't. I won't say I don't care for it, but I prefer them when they were the little asshole kids making like Fat Lip and In Too Deep and.
It's kind of hard for you to be the asshole little kids forever, right? If they were still making songs like Fat Lip right now, although I will say that they are making an album that's supposed to be like half of that shit. From what he said, he's making a double album. And half is going to be the type of stuff they've been making now, and the other half is going to be like the old stuff. And it's like, that's just going to be weird. Like, please don't tell me they're not going to be making like songs about how girls don't like you in high school when they're 45 years old. Because that's always a big pet peeve for me. When like you got like Blink 182 or Good Charlotte making songs about high school. It's like, fuck you, buddy, you're like 40.
Linkin Park also, I would probably get a shirt for.
Really is Lord
Yeah, I would. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I wasn't a like. I loved In the End. That was the song that put me on to Linkin Park. I'm not gonna lie, because my cousin that I lived with, growing up in North Carolina when that song first came out, couldn't get the fucker to stop playing that shit on his little boombox. So, and that and Gorillaz, but they're not rock. Well, they really can be rock, but they're whatever the hell they want to be, basically.
Yeah, they're cocaine-induced cartoons.
Yeah, but the music's good. I don't really care about the cartoons. I listen to the music.
The music can be good. It's not always my type of thing, because it is kind of like rap forward at times. So I'm not gonna say like, oh yeah, I like their whole discography. No, there are a few songs that are like, okay, I like this.
I don't like all their songs either, but like the one that he used to play with Clint Eastwood, which was the one that got me on to them as well. Like Most of my very first bands that I ever listened to in genres were either from my uncle or my cousins.
When I see these it's late.
Most of mine were from either friends or from like me just finding it on the internet.
Hell, that's how I heard about
Internet.
Godsmack.
Radio.
Godsmack. There was a Godsmack CD in our old truck that we had before we got it totaled when half a truck flew at us.
Half a truck flew at you?
Yeah, it was at the You know that the store I told you that's like 5 minute walk up the road, the truck stop.
Yeah.
We were going up there one day and a truck in front of us went out into the middle of the turn section and a semi put it in half.
He had a bad day. Or they had a bad day.
As long as these
And the back end of their truck came back and totaled our truck.
Oh.
The great. 1 minute you're talking about things which are taboo, the next minute you don't open your mouth.
And the guy, I felt bad for the guy in the truck in front of us because he had his arm hanging out the window, so his arm got crushed.
From the way you describe.
She is.
Yeah, that's a bad day.
Wait.
I think I heard that they had to amputate that arm too.
Lotus
So I would
flowers
imagine it probably wasn't really
Jolie
savable.
has taught her
A
dog.
semi going as fast as that dude was because he was drunk. Of course.
That's why
He
you
was
don't
drunk,
drink
and
drive.
not only was he drunk, but he knew he hit somebody, and he kept going for like 6 miles before the police called his ass.
Don't worry, Auntie. He's only fainted. I'm just following orders.
Awesome. Oh, it's underground. I'm like, why is it like I go over here, it says it's back there. I go over here, it says it's back there. No, it's underground right here.
You're gonna laugh at this, and I know you're gonna laugh at this because you hate anything really that's not your team, let's be honest. But I've actually kind of been warming up to Detroit.
I don't hate Detroit. I just don't like the other AL East teams that don't start with Toronto and end with Blue Jays.
Like they were talking with, see, it's a very similar situation as to how your Senators are. You know, a parent that was in control of it who was running it awfully, right? Let's be honest. He was giving the Senators a very bad reputation.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Ilitch and the Tigers. Ilitch didn't run it bad. He just died and they stopped spending.
No, I'm talking about the Lions, and I don't think the Tigers are owned by the family, are they?
Yeah, they are, the Ilitch family.
Well, I don't think have they been running it as long as the Ford family, though?
I want to say since like the 80s.
So no, they've been running it a while, but not as long as the Ford one. But the Lions, you know, well, I keep forgetting. I should know his name because he said it like 5 times. But the guy who owned the Senators passed away. His daughters now are they principal owners or actual owners?
They're the owners. He owned 100% of the team, so they own like 50% each.
It's kind of the same situation now with the Detroit Lions the past year, because Martha Ford she was like 100, so she had to step down, putting her daughter in as principal owner, and she's the one that's actually been going out and getting that team all these prospects, and star players and shit.
But this team's still poo and always gonna be poo because it's the Lions. And until they win a couple series, it's the same old Lions.
Yeah, but that's not a Detroit or Lions specific thing. Look at the Jets. They've got a lot of good players and they've got a lot of promise, put it that way. But they've done shit with it. Right?
Who, the Lions or the Jets?
Both. Honestly, both. And same with, well, no. I have to laugh at that. I was going to say Jaguars, but I don't. No.
The Jaguars had their moments where they were good, but they haven't been consistent with it. It's like Carolina. Carolina was good for a hot minute, and then what's his name started sucking, and they had to rebuild.
Yeah. They should have won that Super Bowl, but Cam Newton decided that he wanted to throw his career away. Well, they all did. It wasn't just his fault, but he'll get the blame for it because he didn't go for the fumble. He didn't try to get the damn ball. It was right in front of him. And the only reason that hurts so bad to me is because at the time I was a fan of them, and I watched every game they had that year. All the way up, cheering them on to the Super Bowl. Get to the Super Bowl, and that bullshit happened.
I'm not afraid of finally.
I've had to put up with that with Ottawa. Get all the way to the finals, and then the last game they score on their own net.
What else?
What? How did that happen?
In 2007, Game 5 of the finals. It wasn't Game 7. It was Game 5. Pretty much the series went clinching goal for Anaheim. Ottawa scored on their own net. Look it up.
Like, was it a ricochet, or did they just legitimately think it was the other goal?
No, it wasn't legitimately. It was an accident that ended up costing us. We were down in the series 3-1 at the time, but you know.
It's funny, but it's shitty because I would be pissed off.
It's the only time we've been back to the finals since the team came back, and of course we have to lose it in such an embarrassing way that people still make fun of it.
Well, I can't make fun of it because, well, I guess I could now, but I probably will forget it by tomorrow.
It's pretty embarrassing. Forget it by tomorrow. What are you, like 84 years old?
No, but my memory is not all that great. I've told you before that for like 8 years straight, I had a problem with my nose where I would just sneeze like 30 times, literally 30 times back to back, all day long, every day, for 8 years straight. And I went to the doctor. I did everything I could try to figure out why it happened. It was basically like having whiplash all day, every day. And that's a lot of the reason that my memory ain't all it should be. Because I was basically in a fucking car crash every day for 8 years. I would sneeze so many times in a row that I would be brought to my knees and could not stand. I'd still be sneezing when I'm on my knees. And the doctors claim, oh, it's just allergies. I've never fucking had allergies in my life like that. I've never sneezed because there was pollen outside before that. Doctors were wrong and just didn't know what the hell was going on, so they just threw, oh, it's allergies in there.
Yeah, I know what it's like to have doctors be wrong and it cause problems. I'm sure I've told you about how the first time I had cancer.
Yeah, they told you it was nothing, and then you went to another doctor, and he was like, "Oh, you have cancer. Oh, that's great."
Well, not even that. Like, the first doctor I went to was the diabetes specialist. They sent me to a fucking diabetes specialist for thyroid cancer, like, or thyroid problems. It's like, okay, bud, you guys don't know what you're doing.
Why would they send? Did the people who sent you there think you had diabetes?
No. Yeah, I just got sent to the diabetes specialist for a while, and then
still worked out in the end.
He was the one who kept, you know, saying it was nothing. I don't think the diabetes can get cancer, so yeah, I'm sure he really wasn't familiar with that type of thing.
I would like to say you can't really blame him because it's not his field, but at the same time, maybe he should have known it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to blame in a situation like that because at least I don't know the whole, like, the entire story. I know what you've told me, but I don't know. At least, like I said, at least it worked out in the end. Years later.
Yeah. The first time it took way too long here. I was like 5 years? 5 years was it? Something like that. Yeah, it would have been about 5 years. Okay, that dude doesn't want to get attacked, so...
The only thing that kind of puts me off with Detroit would be in it. If I went to Detroit and did like I said I was going to do, I would have to. I don't like the Red Wings. Well, I won't say I don't like them. I just don't know if I could like them.
They're gonna be a good young team in a couple years. I don't think their defense is quite there yet.
I was also thinking about Arizona because even if they're shit, I at least like all their logos across the teams. They all got pretty good jerseys and stuff, so. I don't really care for Kyler Murray though, but that's whatever. I don't think he'll be there much longer anyway. Especially if he keeps being so egotistical about every damn thing. Did you ever read about that drama with him and the team?
No.
Where he was talking about, he put out a post basically threatening them and talking himself up, talking about, I have done so much for this organization. I've put all my sweat and blood and tears into this organization. I've brought you to the playoffs. Give me my contract so that I can stay like I want to. If not, I'll leave. Basically, it's the gist of what he said. And the sad thing about that, it wasn't him that got them to the playoffs. Like, yeah, he's a decent quarterback, but he acts like he's fucking Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, or Josh Allen. He's not at that level. He's not shown that level.
He is young and still has a chance to, you know, get there, but...
Like, Patrick Mahomes brought the Chiefs out of fucking mediocrity, so at least he could be egotistical if he wanted to, but I don't think I've ever seen him be egotistical. I really can't say it as hate him or love him, I don't think I've really ever seen Tom Brady be egotistical either.
Not really, no. He's one of those players that it's easy and someone like that who's never been a douchebag, it's kind of easy and hard at the same time to like not like them, because in certain ways he doesn't give you reasons to hate him, but in other ways him being goody two shoes, a lot of people will not like that.
Yeah, they look at him like he's the golden boy, which he kind of is. Well, maybe not now. I think Patrick Mahomes is considered the golden boy even over Tom Brady now, because people are, Tom Brady's nearly 50 now, right?
Well, he is, and he's still better than pretty much everyone.
80%, 85%.
Everyone who isn't, I don't know, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, pretty much.
Josh Allen, I would say, has got better talent than he does. He's just not done anything in the playoffs.
What are you talking about? He's done in the playoffs. He's done more than Buffalo had been doing for ever since the 90s.
Sure, because I know that because I watched their first playoff win in how long? 20 years or some shit it was?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I know, but he's not, what I mean is he hasn't won a division championship, and he hasn't won a Super Bowl. So he's done something. He just hasn't done more something. He hasn't brought home a championship. Do I think he could? Yeah. He should have probably done it last year. I honestly am surprised he didn't. But that's just how it is. I don't think it definitely won't be the same situation this year as last year. I could actually see the Raiders going a lot further in the playoffs this year. I can see Buffalo going maybe one or two more rounds at least.
The Panthers. Baker Mayfield's gonna bring them to the playoffs.
Sange.
They might be a playoff team, but they're not going to win a championship.
They're gonna win the.
We have gathered everything now, but the cloudless night formation is.
But no, Tom Brady should win that.
The cloudless night formation is.
It's not even Tom Brady you got to worry about. There's other people in the South down there that are just very good teams. Tennessee.
No,
you gotta compete with.
You're clearly thinking the wrong South.
I'm thinking of South as in geographical South.
No, I'm talking about the division.
And AFC South and NFC South are just it's pretty much the same fucking thing, just two different letters. Let's be honest. It's all the South.
No, one different letter. A and N. Right? In each thing?
Two different letters are two different letters.
You're a different letter.
A and N. There's also teams that I think people are giving too much shit that are going to be better than people think they're going to be. They have Atlanta being the worst team in the league, and I call bullshit on that. Because no team should be worse than the Jaguars.
No, I was going to say the Texans.
No. Even the Texans would still be a fucking playoff team if they weren't stupid and got rid of their best best coach they've ever had. Bill O'Brien may have traded away DeAndre Hopkins, but he had the Texans in the playoff every year he was there, pretty much. Every year. As soon as they traded him away, that whole organization went down the damn drain. And honestly, it's deserved. Just fuck that.
You are very, very, very angry about something that is not that big of a deal. But I will pat you on the back from where I am.
I'm angry about it because people call him a bad coach. Stats don't lie, buddy. His win-loss record is better than, pretty sure better than Belichick's the past 5-6 years. I mean, look, Bill O'Brien win-loss record with the Texans. He brought them to the playoffs 4 of the 6.5 seasons he was there.
Only 6.5? I'm making a bad joke, but yeah. I don't know. They're still, in my opinion, the worst team in the league, probably. Them, the Jaguars, the Lions, because I don't think they're quite there yet. And then,
no, the Lions are far above the Jaguars.
I don't know. Goff is not that good.
No, sure, but everything else is good except for Goff.
You should have traded for Baker Mayfield, but they're not smart.
Baker Mayfield wanted to go to where he could. Pretty sure
you
he
should trade
wanted
for
to
Sam
go
Darnold,
anywhere.
because I'd even say he's better than Goff.
Trade a 5th round pick and get Trevor Lawrence from Jaguars.
Or get Garoppolo.
Imagine how mad every fucking body in Jacksonville would be at that. You picked him number 1 overall just fucking last year and you traded him away for a 5th round pick.
Yeah, that's basically what the Browns did,
The
right?
turquoise lantern attracts the souls, the yin and yang of noon, the spirit gate opens.
Basically
Only
what the
difference
Browns
is,
did.
as much as I say Baker is overrated, he's far proven more than Trevor Lawrence has. Trevor Lawrence is looking like a bust.
Although
The biggest
Trevor Lawrence
bust
is
in
on
the
a
past 20
lot
years.
worse team.
Yeah, sure. Browns were a Super Bowl caliber level team. They still are, even without a quarterback.
What strong rancor.
So this is where you fled. No wonder it took me so long to find you.
Jaguars haven't been there's never been a person serious in saying Jaguars are a Super Bowl contender ever. And if they are serious in saying it, the closest they ever came to be considered a Super Bowl contender was the year they had that amazing defense that they sold away the year after.
Come here. I have something for you.
And you've been salty ever since.
I took it. Saved.
Oh yeah, of course I'm gonna be salty when you trade away my favorite player to the fucking Ravens that didn't need his ass. Basically spitting in the face of all the people that's done so much to help your city and shit just because your coach says they're bad play or they're bad attitudes. That was when what's his name that ran the damn Giants into the ground came to us. Dave Gettleman? Not Dave Gettleman, but the other one.
John Gettleman. Steve Gettleman.
No, it wasn't Dave Gettleman. It was the guy that ran this, right alongside Dave Gettleman, and he got fired as the Giants GM after 4 shitty seasons. This year, anyway. Which is deserved. I can't remember his name, but he should have retired after he left the Giants. I don't know why we signed somebody that was washed up.
The beautiful Waishore village is in for a rough time.
He hadn't been relevant since he coached Eli Manning to a Super Bowl win.
Rip the Patriots. Poor Patriots.
Eli Manning had always had the upper hand versus Brady.
Yep.
He's one of the only people that can say that. That's why he always gives his brother shit. Because even Peyton struggled versus Tom Brady teams.
Everyone did.
But it's like that sometimes. Some people just have your number.
And Tom Brady has the whole league's number. Right? Pretty much,
That's
right?
why I don't care what anybody says. Eli, to me, fundamentally was better than Peyton. Peyton went to like 2 different super teams and profited off of super teams. Eli went to the Giants when they were a shit team and got 2 Super Bowls out of a shit team before he retired. So you tell me, profiting off of a super team, does that make you better than your brother who went to an awful team and got 2 Super Bowls? That would be like Baker going from the Browns to the Panthers and winning a Super Bowl with the Panthers.
So, like, what's gonna happen this year?
Cannot be used.
No.
Just wait, it's gonna happen. You know it's gonna happen.
Told you, I hope he has a good career. I hope he rubs it in the face of Cleveland. But the man couldn't stay healthy on a super team. What do you think Carolina's gonna do to his ass?
He's now healthy and gonna be better than ever. He's gonna be the best Baker Mayfield we've ever seen. Mark my words.
I've actually been watching. I made the comment the other night, but did you see the Mariners are on a 14-game win streak?
Didn't know it had gotten that high. I saw they were at like 12 a couple days ago.
They're doing crazy. It just surprised me. Maybe they'll go all the way and set the record. What was it, 22 or 23?
Not gonna happen.
Anything can happen.
When you're on crack cocaine, I'm sure anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. You know that. The Athletics just went like pretty much won the series in terms of the Athletics just beat up on the Astros. Anything can happen.
Yeah, see, the thing is though, when you play that many games,
Sochi bath has refreshed me
you're
so
gonna
much.
win sooner or later.
And I think they won like 3-2 or something, but it's still a win, damn it. I don't remember. It doesn't matter anyway, because even if you were the Athletics and got 2 wins to Astros 3, to me that's still a win for Oakland. You might have lost the series, but you won you won in terms of getting two wins versus a super team.
The Astros are not that much of a super team anymore. Maybe a couple years ago before Springer and a bunch of players left, but
they're still like top 3 team in the league by far. There's 59 wins, and the only one higher than them is what? Yankees?
They're still not a super team though. A super team, like even the Yankees are not a super team. The Yankees have 2 good players, an aging Josh Donaldson, and 1 good pitcher. They've just outplayed their potential. A super team in baseball is the Dodgers, who have bought like every single star they possibly could and have such a loaded team. Even if they aren't the best team in baseball, they're still a super team.
No, they're actually tied with... No, I was going to say they were tied with, but no. But they're the only other 60-win team other than the Yankees, so...
But yeah, I would say they're the super team. It's incredible that has anything.
He has lived in seclusion for many years. Go to
The Orioles are going to end up passing the Red Sox if they don't get their shit together. Orioles are 8-2 in their last 10 games.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hot teams recently. It's been kind of frustrating, although the Jays have started playing better since we fired our coach, but you know.
Did that happen? I think it was crazy because it seemed like... Did they fire him after the Seattle series?
They had like I believe they had won like 1 game against Philly, and then they fired him.
Was that before? Because I know the Seattle Mariners came out of nowhere and shocked everybody because they swept the Blue Jays.
Well, they've been sweeping everyone, so yeah. Blue Jays are one of the teams they've swept.
Was that after the Philly shit or the before?
Before Philly. I think they had just came back from that series.
So it was probably like Philly, like you got swept by Seattle, and then they probably went to Philly, and he lost in Philly and said, "Not this shit again." Fire his
we
ass.
won our first game at home against Philly, and then he got fired.
Okay, well, fire him anyway, I guess is their logic. I don't know. If the Mariners keep it up, though, they could pass the Astros. They only need... If they keep up with... Even if they don't win the next, like, 6 games in a row, because that would put them at 20 games won. As long as they keep a better win-loss record than the Astros, they should end up in number 1. Which would be insane. Because they haven't been in... I don't think they've even been to the playoffs, they said, in 20 years.
2001. They had 116 wins, and they got their butt kicked by the Yanks.
Of course. This monster is different, which is a small problem.
I don't know if they're going to sweep the next team Seattle has to go
but it didn't draw any blood, and nobody got
If they could manage to sweep the first team, I could definitely see them easily taking the Rangers.
Well, the Rangers are not that good.
They got to go against Houston, though, who is above them. So if they sweep Houston and then go on and sweep the Rangers, they've got number 1.
Baseball logic, though, would be they'd sweep the Rangers and then get swept by, or sweep Houston and then get swept by the Rangers. That's baseball logic. It's kind of like hockey, how like your team will beat like the Tampa Bay Lightning, then get their asses handed to them by like Arizona, type thing.
The girls are so Hey.
If Arizona beat my team, I would say good on you. I like Arizona. I don't care. I'm not gonna be salty about a franchise that's not been good ever being good for once.
They were good in the 80s in Winnipeg. They haven't been good since they came, or well, they haven't been consistently good since they came from Winnipeg.
Winnipeg? What were they named in Winnipeg?
Really difficult. Really difficult. What's the Winnipeg team name now?
Jets?
There
they were
you
the
go.
Jets before the Jets?
Yeah. That's where the
we were the
current
Jets before the Jets.
That's where the current Winnipeg Jets got their name. Because
Speaking of that, why did Cleveland not just use the Spiders name they had in the 1890s? He could have went to Cleveland Spiders. No, it is not. That would have been awesome. Fucking Cleveland Spiders is...
The Chicago Cubs should change their name to the Chicago Orphans.
No. The Cubs is not a bad name, but the Guardians...
Why do you keep forgetting? Play baseball as a baby bear.
Little Uncle Chang Yu.
Stop it. You're panicking. Did you step on
Who wants to be birds, if we're being honest, in a sports team? Any sports team. I'm not even making fun of the Blue Jays. Any team in sports.
To kill demons,
I would rather be something that's actually intimidating.
Okay.
Like, granted, I'm sure if a bird was trying to peck your eyes out, it would scare you, but I'm pretty sure one good slap across the face and it's dead, right? So, it's not like a fucking tiger trying to kill you.
Okay, but one good slap and that tiger would get down.
No, that tiger
It would have to be a really hard slap, but I'm sure if you slapped it with the force of like a car hitting it, it would die.
Cleveland Spiders, though, you could have brought back the Spiders.
No one likes spiders. Why would you want to be something that no one likes?
Because nobody has ever been unique enough to use a bug, any type of insect or bug as a team name. And that would be cool.
The buffalo water spiders. If you Columbus Fireflies? There's a team, there's a minor league baseball team called the Fireflies.
Yeah, but that's minor league. I don't count minor league.
I do. Why you gotta hate minor league baseball?
I lived in North Carolina and never understood why a heavy baseball city has no MLB team, but has so many fucking baseball fans in it that it's annoying. I grew up around baseball because I lived in North Carolina.
That's why.
Why do you not have an MLB team?
Because they haven't had an owner in Charlotte that wants a team. I'm sure they'll get
Same with
one.
Pittsburgh. Why does Pittsburgh not have a basketball team?
Because they need to first find a team that's looking to sell. Then second of all, have an owner that wants to buy. Then...
Hey, there used to be a basketball team called the Pittsburgh Condors.
Okay, used to and have now.
But it wasn't in the actual NBA, it was in the ABA. American Basketball, I'm guessing American Basketball Association.
Probably. Sports leagues are very, very boring. They don't name their league something interesting. I'm just saying that because it's easy to like guess what the league name is just by like WNBA.
Tennessee. Why does Tennessee, which I know would love a baseball team, not have an MLB team? Again, it's not because they can't afford to house a MLB stadium, because that's bullshit. They can't.
Nashville is like one of the teams. Nashville and Charlotte actually are like on the short list if the NHL MLB expands to get a team. Because they're talking about they've been talking for a while about expanding to by 2 teams, and Charlotte, Nashville, Vegas, and Montreal are kind of like the teams that are like on the short list. Although Vegas will probably have a team long before that because Oakland. So.
It's a shame they got shattered.
That's if they decide to move. They might just or move to Vegas anyway. Like
pretty much a done deal.
Yeah, it's pretty much a done deal, but until you see it in writing and on a contract and shit like that, it's still technically hearsay.
Not really hearsay, but I know what you mean.
The girls from Goseh Village are to be brought to the Yingfeng Cave, but you can't harm a hair.
It's like Seattle should bring back the Supersonics. You know how many fans of the Supersonics are still around? Tons.
Well, yeah, if the NBA expands, I'm sure Seattle's the first location. Now that they have their new arena, which the reason they left is because Key Arena was too small. I was going to say Key Bank Arena, and I knew that was wrong. Even though that's how it, you know, has its name, I knew it was wrong. So...
That's really the only reason I didn't choose Seattle was because they don't have 4 teams. They have 3.
Why would you even want?
Because Seattle comes on my TV. It's something to watch when nothing else is on. I mean, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie to you.
You could watch a trash can grow maggots, and that would be as good as basketball.
Whatever you do, don't damage them.
How do you know about my hobby? How do you know about my hobby? I want to know.
I've been talking to Quentin.
You know, that's actually a legitimate way that people use grow like food that you don't have to pay for like your chickens and stuff.
You put it in a trash can and let it grow maggots?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. What? Well, not just maggots. It's like larvae and stuff. That's and let's let it sit there and do what it's got to do, and that's chicken feed.
Poor chickens.
It ain't poor chickens. They eat that shit up. That to chickens is like a 5-star buffet to me and you.
It's ringing. It's really ringing. My darling.
Oh my god, this guy's voice actor is totally out of place. Oh my god, and they're not even walking up the stairs.
We only wanted to chat undisturbed. Why did you bring so many people with you?
My wife is right. I was careless. You stay here. My wife and I...
Can't really say it's a billion-dollar company. So.
Oh, this
my darling, let me embrace you. I have missed you so.
Go.
I had installed that, but I went on there and I played it for like 5 minutes, if that, and I was done. I was bored. I'm not gonna lie. I tried out the new class though. It's alright.
I'm playing one of the new classes. There's technically
Fox Girl.
No, I didn't play Fox Girl.
She's okay. Nothing to write home about. I was gonna try out the guy with like the big long sword, the crystal sword or whatever.
I'm playing the girl version of that, by the way.
You claim in vain to be just, and use my wife to commit injustice. I have consulted experts. A formation like that can no longer stop me. Magic! My wife, fear not. Wait, I will save you once I arrange my group.
So surprised that the Brewers are still in first after how awful they've been doing. But they're barely in first. One win and the Cardinals are over them.
No one. That Quan Chi.
Did the voice in the...
Quan Chi.
Wait, it is said... The heavens... It said that... The G-Funk...
That's another reason you were asking me why I'd care about basketball. I really only did that to try and shorten the options. Because otherwise it would take me even longer if I just said 3 sport teams, because there's like, what, 2 times the amount of 3 sport city teams compared to all 4 major sports.
Yeah, but still, there are some 3 sport cities that are good.
Our knowledge of the seas will be fine. No reason for us to sacrifice.
As much as I don't like Toronto as like the Maple Leafs, it is a good, technically 3 sport city. Just because technically the CFL is not a major league.
No, I was actually about to say that was a 4 sport, but then I had to think, no, they ain't yet. I think one day the NFL is going to have a Toronto team, for sure, but I don't know when that day will come.
I don't think it would ever be popular enough because the CFL is pretty much trash there, so...
Listen, if there can be like Vietnamese audiences that are big enough for them to actually warrant Vietnamese commentators and shit for the NFL, Canada can get big enough.
Canada is not an NFL market. In Canada, problem with Canada is Canada football. No, but Canada football is like very different. And so whenever Canadians watch football, they expect 3-down football. They expect, 10 extra yards. They expect the goalpost to be at the front of the end zone, etc., etc. They're used to...
I think it would survive. Like, it might not be the #1 sport. It would probably be number 3, maybe even 4, but it would survive. It would do well enough to survive. Never underestimate the power of money and marketing. Especially when you're a corrupt fucking person like Roger Goodell is.
Nope, I think they're gonna be in London, England before they're in Canada.
London probably has just as much chance as Canada does, if not less.
No, they have more. They play games in London, England all the time. Same with Mexico.
I know that.
They don't play games in Canada.
I don't know. That's one of the things that we can sit here and debate, but we would never know unless it actually happened.
Pretty much.
Still though, three-way teams. Like Seattle. Seattle's 3-way. Why am I not able to think of anything else?
Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh's 3.
Nashville is 3.
Tampa's technically 3 because there's no Tampa team in the NBA.
True.
But I wouldn't want to be a Tampa fan.
Instead of Tampa, they got Orlando.
I'm honestly surprised Orlando doesn't have more major sports teams.
Because they're so close to everything else, and that's the problem. And they're really seen as only the resort town for Disney.
Well, that's why a lot of people don't like the Ducks.
Because Zeros.
Anaheim
Oh,
Ducks,
true.
the Disneyland Ducks, the Disneyland Ducks.
They were owned. That's who owned them. Their daddy was Disney Boy.
And I would never choose Vegas for one reason. Vegas would piss me off on the daily in the NHL. For the same reason they pissed you off. They keep giving away all their good players.
They're young kids, yeah.
Did you see what they gave Carolina for nothing?
Yep. They gotta dump that salary. They're up against the cap, and that's the only way they can do it. And so they gotta give away people for free.
Still, that's shitty. That's a shitty feeling.
Yep.
I was gonna say Buffalo, but there's no Buffalo team in
You've got Master
MLB or basketball, so that's a two-way team.
Yeah. They're one of the rare two-ways.
Only reason I didn't choose Chicago was because of the Blackhawks. They're similar to Vegas. They keep giving away good players.
Well, they're rebuilding now, so that makes sense. They're not trying to win, unlike Vegas. Vegas is trying to win. It's just they screwed themselves over so much trying to like sell their soul for a cup that they're now up against the cap and can't re-sign their players. Because that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to re-sign Riley Smith, and we're so up against the cap that they had to get rid of Pacioretty to keep Riley Smith.
She lured the young on you.
I briefly thought about the Rangers, but
When Yin Yin came here, she was so weak and lonely that I took pity on her.
You got a good team. Sure, they may not have the playoff success, but you're not guaranteed with playoff success anyway. Like, you got a good team.
It's not about that. It's not about any of that. Like, if I go to an MLB, I don't like having teams. If I can help it, I don't want to follow a team that's spread out, and I don't like Miami enough. I'm sorry, Marlins. I don't believe in you. I don't believe in half.
Sorry to the Marlins. It's not like they're watching my stream right now and are gonna get offended.
You never know. You never know.
The Miami Marlins mascot's watching it and he's gonna start like yelling at you. Bob the Marlin or something. I don't know. I'm thinking Bob the Marlin because that would be like Bob Marley and ha ha ha. That's a funny name. Right? It's a funny reference to...
Huh? You're saying...
But...
Insufficient inventory space.
It really... I have no fucking clue what Bob the Marlin's name really is.
Yours is as good as mine.
Could be Dick Marlin.
I like the Coyotes, but the problem with the Coyotes is they could move away next year and be gone and be a whole different team that I fucking hate. So.
Cannot be used.
Because if they ever changed the name or the logo, I would not. 90% sure I would not like it.
If they really were monsters, that's because.
What team are you talking about again, sorry?
I know you, Captain.
Coyotes.
Well, yeah, they are going to change their names. They're going to change their city. You can't live in a
It's
fucking...
almost as if the crates had
like,
legs.
they're going to
their
and,
positions,
like, make money.
even though
like,
nobody
you're going to
touched
be
them.
hemorrhaging
I
money
posted
so
some
hard.
people there during the
They
night
could
to find
fucking
out what's
move and
going
still
on.
keep the Coyotes
All of them
name,
were
though.
wounded very
That's a
suddenly.
cop-out excuse. You gotta change names because you changed cities.
Must be close
Unless
to
you're the
target.
fucking Saskatoon Coyotes. And even that don't sound horrible.
Not the worst name.
Seattle picked up like several of Colorado's best players. They're joking, calling Seattle the little Colorado now.
Well, that's kind of usually what teams do, right? A team will like win a cup and then everybody kind of goes, oh, well, let's do the exact same thing they did. If they want doing it, let's, you know. It's kind of like what Vegas did this year, going over the cap by just stashing people. Tampa did it last year. They won a cup, so let's try and do it the same thing. This quest is literally called Exploration.
This is the underground storeroom, but I wouldn't just stroll in there if I were you.
Immortal, please don't beat me. Forgive me for having had they fly.
Come and catch me if you can.
Why do people always shit talk Suban?
We wanted to hide from the weasels of Long harassing us. Now
It's because he's like really.
We don't stand a chance
like.
against one of you. But you came all by yourself.
How do I want to describe it? Very out there. A lot of NHL players aren't really like public facing. They don't really go out and do stuff like that. And he is one of them. And so people make fun of him because he's like a very brand driven person.
Yeah, I never had a problem with him because he seemed like a decent guy.
Oh yeah, he's totally a decent guy. Like when he was on Montreal, he donated $10 million or signed a contract that he'd donate $10 million of his contract to a children's hospital, and then he got traded like a year later and is still giving them money.
Is that all you've got? Come on,
Like,
I'm sure Montreal was very douchebaggery about that.
Are you on your own?
Knowing them, they take that shit for granted. Could be wrong.
I'll tear you to bits.
I still find it funny how many. I was talking about it on Facebook last night, like Johnny Gaudreau fucked over
It's
Calgary.
in your hands now. To the yin.
So
Exactly.
badly. Like,
I recommend that you don't.
good on them,
That.
but
Oh.
you tell Calgary you want to move closer to home, but you go to Columbus.
Killed anyone.
That is closer than Calgary.
Sure, but it's you could have went to
Don't worry, we're leaving already.
Islanders, New Jersey, Philadelphia,
Why
which
would
I
you
wouldn't
want
want
to
to
go
go
to
to
New Jersey,
Philadelphia.
who's been shit for like ever?
really
Why would
mean
you
to
want to
do
go to
something
Philly,
about
who is
Huangji?
shit? Like Columbus is a
But
young
he,
team
if he
on the
wants to
rise.
go closer to the, if he wants to go closer to home, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There was like several different options, and he passed up $15 million to go to Columbus, which is just as shitty as New Jersey.
No, Columbus has won
Yeah.
playoff rounds in the past 10 years, or a playoff round, but it's
I
still.
was about to say they've only ever won a playoff round.
But New Jersey's made the playoff once in the past 10 years and didn't do anything.
Yeah, but they at least won cups, even if it is
Yeah,
like 20 years ago.
something years
Don't get
ago.
upset. We almost had this.
The big ship
Or
trans.
19
I
was
didn't
their
mean to
most recent, but sure.
It's
Even still, Islanders are right there.
Islanders could be on the downturn.
I can understand it if he was going by family, like I mentioned, if you're basing it off of which place is the safest for your family. Sure, Columbus, I guess, because 100% safer than New York. Anywhere in the U.S. is, other than maybe
LA.
LA is safer than New York. New Jersey, and yeah.
I consider New Jersey a suburb of New York. Like, I'm sure that'll like trigger a lot of people, but they're very close.
It's not. It's not me. It's not my problem if you piss off New Yorkers. I've got no problem.
Mommy always said humans were stupid and couldn't even speak Chantu.
And you were talking about Philadelphia. That's the one reason I haven't. If Philadelphia was, if I had more faith in Philadelphia, I would have already chosen Philadelphia.
You'd be a Philadelphia fan?
Flyers were not arguably the worst team in the NHL. Yeah.
No,
Right
I'm
now,
talking
anyway.
about the Philadelphia's baseball
I
team.
know who you're talking about. You're talking about the Phillies. I know. I don't have nothing against the Phillies. I don't like the 76ers that much either, but, you know. That's really only because the 76ers are where people go to never get anything in their career.
Where did you learn this deceptive maneuver?
Like Allen Iverson.
Like James Harden.
James Harden was... James Harden is overrated as fuck. He's not nearly as good as the media likes to portray him to be. He wasn't
Most
good.
basketball
He
players are
never.
like that, though.
He never did anything in Houston. He never did anything with any team he's been to. And unless he pulls a Kevin Durant and goes to a Steph Curry type team, he's never going to do anything. Or if he just goes to Steph Curry's team. Doesn't even have to be a Steph Curry-like team. It could just literally go to the Golden State Warriors. I doubt they would sign him.
I don't
But,
think they
you know.
really have the money.
No, they've got the money. They're talking about signing Kevin Durant again. Because he doesn't want to play for the Nets. Neither does Kyrie Irving. But most of the New York teams in the NBA end up being pretty dog crap. Brooklyn and the Knicks. The Knicks are the Mets. But at least even the Mets got good. The Mets got good before the Knicks ever got good. That's what's funny. Should have been the other way around, because it's a lot easier to build a basketball team than a baseball team. But somehow the Knicks are still mediocre and horrible, even after the Mets were horrible and are now good. So that's funny to me. But you only need,
Thank you for the follow, Wow King.
you technically only need 16 players for a basketball team.
16? I thought it was more like 12.
No, technically 16. Whereas baseball needs, I don't, 30 and up, somewhere up there. It's way up there.
You have a 26 main roster and a 40 extended roster.
But just like the bare minimum of what you need to have a team is like around 30, right?
26.
30.
Baseball's kind of the hardest to like buy a team type thing. Like we were talking earlier about how the Dodgers like are kind of a super team, but they're not really a super team because it's still pretty hard for you to like buy a championship when you need to buy that many players. It's kind of like hockey, where like even if there wasn't a salary cap in hockey, it would be more difficult to buy a championship because you'd have to have 20 good players compared to like basketball, which is like you only really need 5. Like,
but Jifeng, I know you. I'll give.
because like in basketball, you have like how many minutes is in a game? Don't like the stars usually play like 30 minutes a game or something like that?
The NBA?
Yeah.
Depends on how many actual good players. It depends on the depth. If they know they don't have anyone worth a shit behind the Stars, I think the Denver Nuggets, the last year I actively watched, had Jokic play 50 minutes one game, which is 90% of the game. Because they really had no one behind him that could even come close to what he does for them, right? If you know you don't have very good depth on your team, and there's no point in putting depth players out there to just possibly ruin a lead.
Do I have to get on the? Usually
though they'll sub them out like every 15-20 minutes and go on unless you're somebody like Steph Curry or Kevin Durant. Like if you're a superstar, you're usually in there most of the game.
Yeah.
It's just everybody around them usually gets subbed out pretty frequently. Like every 15-20 minutes they'll sub them out, which the games only last.
Aren't they 48 minutes?
I think they're 60 minutes. Because Jokic's played a 50-minute game before.
That's ridiculous.
Which is insane.
50 minutes of running back and forth. That would be boring. You can tell I'm not a basketball fan.
You can technically it could be 48. I think standard games are 48, but it can go up, so it can go longer. That's what I'm saying. In the game he played in, he was out there for 50 minutes, basically the whole game.
One nice little walk with a potted plant. There's nothing more fun. Now I'm gonna throw it in the water. You drop heavy items. Use the shadow butterfly scent with the water lotus. 10 out of 10 Blizzard. Oh no! Not the frog people. I was gonna say cat people, but then I realized they're frogs.
staggering, beautiful sun fills the air. She's literally talking to a plant right now. This is... Ooh. Sure. It's not as cool as I hoped it would be. Yeah, let's just take one. I was gonna jump over, but the road to Chihuahua, and it just grabs your camera and twists. Oh, yeah, terrible hair, kid.
You have to.
I was gonna say, these guys don't have voice acting anymore, but yeah, only some of it is voice acting.
I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. You have the... Good.
Deal.
After you left, Sister Yang Ling kept talking about her little bell and said she wanted to take Huang Qi to task. But I never thought she would actually go to the Yingfeng cave alone.
No,
against Master Zhang Yu's orders. I was worried, so I followed her. When we reached the entrance to the cave, we suddenly found ourselves surrounded by Huang Qi's monsters. Not only did they kidnap the sister, they were going to keep me as their slave. I'm still a student of Heaven's children. I shouldn't let myself be humiliated like this. Just when I was about to risk my life, the sister said her life would be worth living if I died. When Huang Qi heard this, he seemed confused, and he stepped aside and let me go.
Break through the barrier! You can't stop me! No, no! Okay. How close can I get to it, is the question. Oh, okay. It's in GTA 08. I gotta do the other one? Unacceptable, Blizzard. Patrol Weasel. Ooh, a Patrol Weasel. I'm killing Patrol Weasels. You got quiet all of a sudden.
I'm looking at stuff.
You're shocked at my skill in killing Patrol Weasels?
No.
You wish you were as cool as I was and could kill Patrol Weasels? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Don't worry, one day I'll force you to play this game and you'll kill some Patrol Weasels at level 34.
What are we going to eat tonight?
Oh, well, just garbage, okay. 10 out of 10 with garbage again. No. No voice acting, so I'm not paying attention to it.
He snatched so many girls, but none of them is the wife. Is the wife, not coming back?
Oh, you better not talk like that. Otherwise, Chia will be able to...
They aren't ladies. Chia, let's have our way with them. What do you think? Should we teach them how to catch chickens or how to breed them?
How best to roast chickens?
You telling me to go where we like follow Juan Soto, but what if he went to the fucking Yankees? I think the Yankees are going to try to get his ass.
I don't think they have the money to do that. There is a salary cap, and they would, in order to sign him, they'd have to go so far over the cap. Like, is it possible? Sure. Do they have the prospects? Not really. Like, you would need the level of talent you would give up in order to get Juan Soto. You would not really, it would not be worth Juan Soto. Like, he's good, but the package is probably going to be like ridiculous.
They said for him that you would have to give like 3 top 100 prospects, and probably those 3 prospects would have to be below 50.
Yeah.
Like top 25, probably even top 58. It would be astronomical.
Yeah. It would be very hard for any team to have that much. Like, there's probably only maybe 1 or 2 teams that are like that. Like, it would be like, pretty much you'd have to have like a team like Baltimore who's been bad for a while, and they would have to like get rid of their top 3 players in order to get one. And you then start wondering, is it worth it, right? It's one thing.
I don't know. Probably would be worth it, because I don't think really any other prospects other than maybe one is all that great right now.
Well, they do have some young. I'm just saying, like, anyone who, like, when you do what they're gonna want.
I think if they could get him without getting rid of anybody that they actively have on their major leagues roster, and just purely got him with money and prospects, then yes, if I was Baltimore, hell yeah, I would take him. Because they're already doing good enough with the prospect or their major league roster as it is. Adding him would just be an improvement.
Fair, but I also hope Baltimore doesn't do that, because that would make the division the Jays are in even more stupid. But like a team like Detroit could do that. A team like, technically you could get like a Kansas City, but Kansas City isn't really a team that is known for paying people.
I'm not even a huge baseball fan, and I know that Kansas City is just a fucking AA baseball team in the skies.
What are you talking about? They won a World Series like 7 years ago.
Oh, they are literally just the Jaguars of the baseball world, because they develop players and then give them away.
They've won championships though. They're not the Jaguars.
They are in terms of being a farm team.
They still win championships.
When's the last one though?
2015.
Plus.
Or 14. 15 or 14, one of those years. I don't know why I'm second guessing myself. I'm pretty sure yeah, it was 15. It was 15. It was the first time we made the playoffs with Blue Jays in like ages. We lost in the ALCS to them. So.
I don't recognize any of these people that was on here during their 2015 record.
Oh, that's because it was Royal Ball. They got a bunch of like unheralded people who were great with defense and getting on base. That's how they do their thing.
Pretty much. Pretty much basically the same idea that the Athletics had during their one and only really good year.
Yeah, they were one of the best defensive teams in baseball, and yeah, they did it by not hitting home runs.
Sign people that can get on base. That's all you need to do. That's all they had to do. Oakland, that is. I'm speaking about Oakland.
What every team should be trying to do. But a lot of teams don't try doing that. They try and just like, oh, well, can he hit home run? If he can hit
well, there's
home
two.
run.
Really, in the way I look at it, there's two ways you can win. Have people that you know can hit home runs, or have people that you know can hit balls to where people can get on base, and you just flood them eventually with points. It's either, it's basically slow but steady scoring versus home run, home run, home run, home run.
In my opinion, you want a mix, because the home run guys strike out a lot, so you want to balance that, and that's the thing why I don't think the Yankees are going to win the World Series this year, because usually the teams that hit the most home runs don't really go and win the championship.
If only you could hear the shit the Yankees fans are saying right now. He's gonna break the record for home runs this year.
Okay, he could break the record. Doesn't mean they're gonna win the World Series.
I don't think he's gonna break the record. He didn't even have as many home runs as Shohei did before the break.
Shohei doesn't have a record. He didn't hit 73 home runs last year. Don't even try and go there. Shohei's not Barry Bonds.
I'd never said that. I said Shohei hit more home runs than Aaron Judge did before the All-Star break last year.
No, Shohei didn't have 30-something home runs before the All-Star break.
Yes, he did. He had 33.
Then he slowed down considerably after, because he only ended up with 40 home runs.
But he had 33 before the break, which is more than Aaron Judge had this year before the break. And
He has like 30-something right now.
He had like 31.
No, I'm pretty sure he had like 33 or 34 right now. I'm pretty sure I just saw that.
You carry your weapon well, but so do I.
He has 33. So he tied Shohei.
So you can't say that he's worse than Shohei in terms of hitting a ball.
I never see, you're putting words in my mouth. I never said he was worse than Shohei. I just said people were quick to ride his coattails because he's a Yankee. But anybody else does the shit and you never hear shit about it.
No, Shohei was being shoved down our throat all last year. Oh, it's the first time someone who can pitch can hit. Oh my god, it's so amazing. For the first time in 100 years, Daddy Shohei throws the ball hard and hits the ball far. Don't even say that it wasn't shoved down the throat last year. It's been shoved down the throat ever since he came to the MLB. Every time he's not injured, it's Shohei's show. Even if he's not that good, everybody acts like he's the second coming of Jesus just because he's able to pitch and hit. Neat. That's why I have a grudge about him, because he's not that great of a pitcher. He's a number 2 at best in terms of being a pitcher on most teams. And as a hitter,
he's not a number 2 pitcher today. This year, not anyway.
No,
this year his stats are way above.
Okay, but
second pitcher.
one good year does not make, and he doesn't pitch every game. Most pitchers pitch 34, 36 games a year, starting pitchers. He doesn't pitch that much because of the fact that he has to play out as well.
so he doesn't rack up the stats. If
Not all the monsters here have been killed
he
yet.
focused on
I'll
one
protect
thing,
you.
he'd probably be either the best home run hitter or one of the best pitchers.
But the one-way player, and
But he doesn't
more useful
focus.
to have a. It's more useful to have a top pitcher and hitter than it is to have a
Not really.
one. Oh, he can hit the ball hard, or oh, he can throw the ball good.
Not
Can't do shit any other
really.
way.
Like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but at the
I
same
really am
time,
your husband. Why don't
it's
you believe it?
not going to be
my
that
wife.
good.
Can't you
because
remember how we fell in love
how
many
are you
years
going to
ago?
pay that person?
Oh,
Like,
I see. You don't recognize me
when it's
because I
never
look
been
different
done
now.
before,
according
Wait until I
to
change
Jay,
back to the
gonna be
form that
asking.
really belongs to me.
Well, considering he
Look,
was supposed
my
to
wife.
get like 40,
Do I
just
look
literally just
familiar
like
like this?
40 fucking
How
million
could I
from
ever
that
be your
Angels
wife?
when it was
Shut
re-signed.
up!
They
Humans
claimed
and monsters don't
dares to
belong
he's not going to be
together.
getting shit compared to Soto. So
You again. You have disturbed
it
us.
shouldn't be hard for anybody to sign his ass. Like Soto wanted turned down 444 million.
It's so stupid.
But Soto turned down like 15 years, I think it was, 440 million.
I know, I saw. But it's one of those things that it's so stupid. No one's worth that much money.
Monster, or would you prefer to wait for Master Chang Yun? He'll cut you down to size.
Well, they tried to get him so that they could build around him, but
Stop it!
I
Tell
wouldn't
me,
sign that
finally,
deal either because you're putting your whole career on one team and hoping that the people around you run it right. That's his whole career. Like 15 years, he'll be done.
Pretty much. There are here and there are players that play past that, but yeah, it's gonna be the rest of his career. And Washington has been historically a team that's never quite been good enough, right? Like, don't get me wrong, they have the World Series recently, but that was kind of like kicking and screaming after they
yeah, and
had
that's
lost
one
their
reason
best
I
player at
never
the
liked
time.
them.
Like,
I never liked them because they were all uppity and shit at the time, talking about we're not going to go see the president because we don't like the president, when that was supposed to be like a tradition or whatever. And
what is a tradition?
Like usually, I think it was either baseball or hockey. Maybe it was the hockey team that denied to go see the president, or both. Probably was both, to be honest, because at the time I'm speaking of, both of those Washington teams had people on them that thought they fucking were Jesus Christ himself. Could do whatever they want.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're talking about not liking teams that did that to Trump, there was a team that had someone do that to Obama before that. Like, people have been using their political things to do that since at least
I don't
2011.
really care who they do it to. It's not the fact that they did it to anyone. It's just the fact that regardless of who it is, that is something that a lot of people, you can roll. I know a lot of foreigners and shit would probably roll their eyes at it, but if somebody invited me to the White House, I would love to go and visit the White House, just to say I have, right?
Fair. I'd like to go more now that the world's greatest president's in office.
No, fuck him.
You said we had to say that. What?
I would literally rather have a
Definitely
anybody.
not as good as George Bush Sr.
I can get though. I don't like going back to baseball. I can get not liking a player because he's talked about a lot. That's why most people don't like Tom Brady. That's why a lot of people don't like Patrick Mahomes now. nobody likes Aaron Judge outside of the Yankees, which
Well,
I don't mind him.
That's because he plays on the Yankees. I'd like him more if he didn't play on the worst team in sports, in my opinion. I don't like the Yankees. The Yankees are the bad team in sports. The Yankees, the Dodgers, the Boston Bruins.
Plus, honestly, if I was going to follow anybody that wasn't Shohei,
Hey,
probably
Quiet
be
Ghost, how's it
Rodriguez.
going?
Because Julio Rodriguez right now is showing to me like he's probably going to be the future for Seattle.
Yeah, didn't he hit like a walk-off grand slam or something like that?
Yeah, and I think that was the first time they've had a walk-off grand slam in like 20 years. Too.
Well, yeah, it's a grand slam. Like, those are rare enough. And then to add the walk-off on top of it. Oh, no, there's another baby. You got 2 babies. Okay, Nate didn't come in.
But no, he's really been carrying Seattle right now, and that's crazy for a guy that's only 22.
Yeah, it's
21.
his first year.
Yes, like he doesn't have very many home runs, but he gets so many RBIs.
It's because the other guys get on base.
All right.
What level are you right now, Quiet? You goofy.
He's had an average of 2.97 over 30 games.
Crazy. Crazy baby. Ooh, okay, I need to stop bugging her. She's gonna start murdering. Okay, you're purring, I know that, but, you know. I know, other baby. Okay, I'm trying to get other baby, too. Okay, she just chased the heck out of him. Cats. That's what happens when you try and cuddle 2 cats at the same time.
Well, no, if I was gonna follow a team that had a rookie, then I could see being like the future. if there's only like what 3 teams right now that you could really say that with, and one of them's about to leave.
No,
Juan
Detroit.
Soto's not staying with the Nationals. Who?
Detroit, Riley Green. Riley Green's really turned that team around since he started playing.
I would have to look them up. I haven't really looked at them.
And they have a couple other like young people, because isn't Torkelson on that team too?
The only Detroit player I ever remember is Miggy.
Well, yeah, he's like 482 years old, so everyone knows him. Oh, wow. I didn't even look at the Dragon Ghost thing in this guy. That's fancy.
But, and I really am hesitant to even say that O'Neal Cruz has turned around the Pirates, but he's really fun to watch. I don't know if he's he's not on the level of Julio Rodriguez right now, or Juan Soto, but
Juan Soto's not really a rookie, though. That's the thing. Juan Soto's played a few years.
Yeah, but he's young. He's young. That's what I'm basing it off of. Like,
okay,
young
then you
players.
can put the Blue Jays in that.
No,
Blue Jays have like 84 good.
You told me you didn't want me to follow the teams you follow, so.
Well, yeah, that's because I have to make jokes about them, and I can't make jokes about the Blue Jays if I like the Blue Jays.
This formation must be used to capture the White Serpent Dragon.
If I was going to do that, I could have just went to the city I used to live in. for years.
Dallas?
But I've never. Where did you get fucking? Other than Georgia, you know where I've lived. I've told you. Yeah.
That's why I said Dallas, because it's just random.
Many years ago. Back then, the how time. At least what else? Oh.
See, the first thing that came to my mind was Winnipeg when you said that, and that would have just been even more left field.
Oh, I've never been to Canada, though I wouldn't mind visiting. It'd be cool.
Probably a lot colder than you're used to, especially this time of year.
I prefer the cold anyway, though, so.
Like
That's
where
why they
I
make
am,
jackets.
it's not too cold right now, but you're also talking about the most southern part of southern Ontario. So.
I mean, theoretically, it would make the most sense. Like, if you're talking what makes the most sense, Georgia teams or Carolina, because I've lived in both states and I've been to Carolina games. I don't think I've ever told you that. I've actually been to, I've been to the Panthers Stadium, and I've been and watched a Charlotte Hornets game when I lived there. That was, well, they're still kind of are trash though, but that was when the Hornets were even worse.
Well, yeah, the Hornets are the Hornets. When have they ever? Did my power just go out?
No, you're still talking to me.
Okay, I just had a power flicker.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
The Divine Emperor has authorized Elder Chen Shi to travel to the temple without kneeling before him.
I love how your quest objective right now is who do we have here?
Your Highness, the decree is ready, but hasn't been announced to the public yet. We should observe etiquette, at least for the time being.
Right. Master Soy, stop pestering Elder Chen Shi. You know...
Your So it Chung...
Magic lotus tears.
This was sudden. This isn't an easy refinement to accomplish. It can prolong life and preserve beauty. Her Majesty's birthday is nearing.
This isn't important right now.
Or are we talking about someone's
Take these 2
birthday?
vials of magic tears. Let the palace master worry about her present.
What? There's my... Can you keep up with me?
This is the great Mage's barrier of the underworld. How come you can still move? Guisham.
At your command.
Oh, what's wrong? You don't like,
In my fire!
It's the greatest voice acting of all time.
You don't like the old, like, one of the Kung Fu movies from the 80s where the cheesiest voice acting and the what they're saying doesn't match up with their lips?
That's basically what this is. Why it's the greatest voice acting.
There's a major sports team in Tennessee called the Nashville Cats.
Retreat?
Your Highness.
All right.
Cool. Beyond the portal. We're going through the dark, but this isn't a portal. This is looks like a pen. Someone turned someone's pen upside down. The middle part doesn't even look like a portal. It looks like a marble. With fire inside. A bubble. We get to go into the toilet bowl. Fire Dream World. So is this where fire goes when it's dreaming, or is this where people dream of fire?
We don't know exactly what's going.
Am I asking too many questions, or am I asking not enough questions?
Lord Lao arrived at Angu Pass and Lord Lao arrived at Angu Pass and erected a sacred Tao sermon. Lord Lao arrived at
Lord Howitzer arrived at the. Lord Howitzer arrived at the. Lord Howitzer arrived at
the. The temperature here keep you at ease.
I'm almost level 35. The Bobby trapped area? You just jump over the traps. They're not very good traps.
Cannot be cast.
Hey, you just jump.
I conducted an investigation here before you arrived.
I blame Brian.
Oh.
Oh, barely wasn't enough.
Lord Bowser arrived at the.
Lord Bowser arrived at the. Lord Bowser arrived at the.
Lord Bowser arrived at the.
Lord Bowser arrived.
Lord Bowser arrived at the.
Lord Lao is the. Sure.
Lord Bowser arrived at Angu Pass and erected a site for Tao sermons.
35. So good.
Lord Bowser arrived at Angu Pass.
Yeah.
I completely forgot that Miami had an MLS team.
Yes, they do. Inter Miami. The pink flamingos, right? It's the Flamingo team, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm not that big into soccer, so.
Once the runes are don't run around.
Touch the remains of the fire soul. Giggity. That's what she told me to do. Wow, that's a cool screen effect. It's like you're going down a toilet bowl. I have cat fur all over me now, and I'm like gonna be like sniffling and trying to get it away from my nose and everything because it's. I love Sydney, but she's a silly little kitty.
Why are they not listing fucking?
A piece of the
Why are they not
goldenfish comb hairpin
listing
holding the white serpent
the,
dragon has disappeared.
The hurricanes on this for Carolina? What are they smoking?
What?
They don't. This list apparently forgot all about the hurricanes existing.
When was this list a thing? Because it was. If it's been the past couple of years, that's embarrassing. But if it was like 5-6 years ago when Carolina was
It's current. It's supposed to be current teams.
This is not.
It's got to be relevant or recent.
Is soy boiling?
It's really. Unless they just didn't list it because it's they. But Charlotte is in Carolina. You should put Carolina.
But
they
Raleigh
put everywhere
is not
else.
in Charlotte.
Yeah, but it should still be under Carolina.
What's this? Save your breath. These I know these are.
It'd be cool if New Orleans could get them a MLB team.
I don't think that's a big enough market, really. I've never really ever heard anyone like say they should have one. Like, don't get me wrong, I believe they have a AAA team, the Baby Cakes, but I don't know if I know they have a team in minor leagues. I don't know if it's AA or AAA. It's why I'm stumbling. But yeah, I don't know if it's a big enough like baseball city in order to support something like that. Then again, 10, 15 years ago, if you had told me that they were going to end up having the Pelicans, I would have laughed and said, I've never heard of anyone
You'd
saying
be
that.
surprised how crazy people in New Orleans go over sports.
Yeah, but
They will go
We only
super
lost
crazy
sight of it.
over any sports team that comes to that damn state. That's why it surprises me they don't have an MLB team. Hockey, sure, maybe, but MLB is really surprising. No, they just totally forgot about the Hurricanes because they didn't even put them on this list at all. But they've got like out of the way teams like Orlando. How do you remember the Magic existing and their MOS team existing, but forgetting about
A tough opponent.
The NHL is usually like the fourth biggest sport in whatever market it's in the States. So it's usually the irrelevant team in its own market type thing.
A tough opponent.
I'm sure there are even I'm sure there's even cities where the MLS team has more fans than hockey.
Well, Miami, I wouldn't be surprised at all because most of Miami is occupied by Cubans and stuff. So the majority depends on what part of Miami you go to. Florida in general is very like Latino heavy.
Yeah, but then again, you could say baseball should be bigger at that point. If you're just going based on that, like Central America is a big baseball kind of thing, right? Because you look at like Dominican Republic and all that type of stuff. And
well, sure, yeah, but that's one reason why I would probably say that the hockey and baseball were probably more popular than football, basketball, or hockey.
yeah, but what I'm saying is baseball, in terms of like the Marlins
I still have to
in
take care of
Miami,
this
isn't
place. So I
that
have
big
to
of a
ask
draw.
you to
Like,
go-
sure, they haven't been good in like forever, but
You're
yeah.
on a mission. We'll do it.
They got a good pitcher now.
Take this
Like the
sacred
pitcher is
rain blaster and
playing
pay
his heart out
careful
every
attention
game.
to
He's
the
doing
mantle on
amazing,
it.
but
You can make
their
any
offense
mistakes
is literally
If you find
garbage every game. That's why they
Just
lose.
because he once
Ain't got no
accidentally
offense.
injured a friend
Nobody
with
knows how to
that
hit a
sacred
ball.
rain blaster spell, I haven't used it.
Have you ever
Like the
tried hitting
other-
the ball? That's hard.
The other night against in the Philly series, he would just constantly strike out, go to offense, immediately go back to him having to put them back on offense. It's horrible offense. I think the last time I looked, they're like ranked near 30.
Metal Dream World? I don't see any guitars. You'd think there'd be more hair and spandex.
They're ranked 30 on offense. It's amazing they got the wins they do with that offense. I think they're like 43 and 46 now, something like that.
Oh. Ooh, we gotta use the thing. It might help to use the thing in the place that we want to use the thing.
I was sleeping for ages.
Who's crying? Wow.
Oh, they're 43 and 48.
The Sacred Rain Blaster. Oh, it's back over here. I'm like thinking of like walking around in a giant hose, or with a giant hose.
My limbs are stiff, so let me stretch a bit first.
This voice
What are you
acting
still
is
standing
just
around for?
so amazing. This is such top quality voice acting. I don't hate it. I actually love it. But, you know. Well, these are gold flashes. I read that as goldfish. And I was like, why are these guys called goldfish? Wandering little gold flash. Oh, these. Oh, I killed some of the ones I needed to do. No! I must go back. We must go back. So hard. Now we gotta kill these guys. Hopefully they respawn. Yeah, they do. Okay, 10 out of 10 Blizzard. That guy, we're gonna need one more after him.
Know when my next day off work's gonna be. Probably not even till Sunday.
Today's Sunday.
Next Sunday.
There's only one look.
The Fire Metal Lord. Ooh, that's like a... It's like a wolf thing? That's a cool model, I will say that. Died easily, but, you know.
It doesn't matter how... Anyway.
Ooh, we got a light focus crystal. It should be a metal focus crystal, because we're in the metal land. No, it didn't do the toilet bowl effect this time.
How was it? What? I haven't... The Heavenly Lord is arrogant, but he's not... I know...
Nice to know that the Heavenly Lord is arrogant.
I wonder if they trade Juan Soto before the deadline or let his... When's his contract up?
At the end of this year. Hey, Quiet Ghost, how's it going?
I wonder if they trade him or just let it run out. I would trade him. It'd be stupid not to trade him.
No worries, no worries.
It's excessive to bring... Being a... Good that you're here. That way, I don't have so much work.
This guy's voice does not go with it.
Don't ask so many
Be
questions.
cool, but I don't see him going there.
Where?
Then destroy all the
They're
stuff
talking
here so
about the
it isn't in our
Athletics
way
have
when
given
the
him a
event
big
starts.
offer.
Yeah, they're not gonna give him the amount of money he wants.
It's the Athletics. Let's be real here. Like, it'd be cool. It would be cool, don't get me wrong, but... Mushrooms, cool.
They would have to trade him though, for sure, right? Because you wouldn't want to just let him leave. You'd want to get all that.
Yeah, it's like
return from.
What's his name? When John Tavares left the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays. Islanders. Wow, wrong sport. Didn't end up getting anything for him. You want to get something for your star players. You want to get, you know, if they're not going to stay. Where are you? Like, how far away are you right now, Quiet Ghost? Because I know you had said you're almost to where I am.
These people don't know who they think he's going to. He's going to the Yankees, he's going to the Blue Jays, he's going to the Padres, he's going to the Giants, the Cardinals, the Mets. He's going everywhere.
Do you want me to wait for you? I don't know exactly where you are, so...
I don't see how people are saying he's going to go to the Dodgers if they've already spent all their money.
Well, they'd have to trade players away, so you'd probably trade like a Trey Turner plus in order to, you know, pick him up. So you'd be giving up, they'd give up contracts. It's not like, say the Athletics would be giving up prospects, right? So... But you wouldn't. The Dodgers wouldn't trade Trey Turner back to the team they just got him from because Trey Turner was on the Nationals. So.
I doubt they would want to like trade away all their prospects for him anyway.
Yeah.
When they're already good. I don't. Really, why would any team that's already currently really good want to trade for him?
Because
you're trading away future. Yeah, but you're trading away all this future.
If you feel he gives you something or adds something to your team that you don't already have, that's why you would do that.
Like, I could see the Giants, yeah, because they're good, but they're not amazing.
I'm gonna be back for a second. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm waiting on Quiet anyways, so I will return in a minute.
Okay. Get back in game. Yeah. I return.
All I'll say is I'm glad I'm not a Washington fan.
For like just baseball or?
Well, in this instance, baseball, yeah. They missed Harper, Trey Turner, Max Scherzer.
Strasburg's been hurt a lot.
And now they're letting Soto get away. I would be miserable if I was. Well, they are. But I think they just said that Washington's got a worse record than Oakland, and that's crazy.
Well, yeah, that's because I guess both teams traded all their good players away. So it really same boat, right? I would say to a certain extent, the A's got more back for their good players, but
well,
I just jumped over that. Nice. I'm trying to get on top of the mushroom. I want the thing on the mushroom.
I mentioned it earlier that the A's also seem to have some deep, pretty damn good prospects. Coco, enough. Lay down.
There's a thing up there. There's a thing over here. Oh, there's a thing over there. Oh, there's a thing in the tree. But I'll bug this thing. This thing. Oh, this thing. This thing. Oh, you're a squirmy worm, mate. This thing. Hey. And he goes away immediately because he's a kid. How do I get up there? It's probably the branches, right? Yeah. Let me on the branch. Let me on the branch. Oh, I just went through the branch? 10 out of 10. How do I get up there then? Yeah, these branches are... It wants me to go up there, but I cannot go up there. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be a nope. Unless it's from the mushroom. We'll try from the mushroom. Of course I have to be able to get on the mushroom. That's a bit of an embarrassing thing. There we go. I don't know if I can get that. I don't know if I can get that. Let's... Ooh. And off the other side. Fuck. So that means I can get it. It's gonna be a bit annoying, but... Give me your goods. And I didn't double jump. I wasn't gonna get it. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm short. I'm short. Are there other ones to go to? Like, obviously I saw the one, there's one like over that way. But that's not something I can jump to from here. Oh, we're in Iceland, okay. Yeah, no problem. I'm just like trying to collect the jumpy things. The Mexan Island? Mexan Island? Like, there's like loot caches up top here. And I'm trying to... I'm in combat. Why you have to fight? I'm clearly not wanting to play. There we go. Yeah! There's one right there, there's one over there. There's a couple over there. Raw ISO. And 500 yards over. Yeah. Yeah. Is this something where you gotta get perfectly on top? Or like from jumping from another location? You look like a minibus. Take your time, I'm playing with this. Trying to get loot caches, so. Guess we could have just like kept
You
following.
remember how we were talking about the most dumb way you can butcher a normal name, like by giving it weird variations of what it normally is? This guy's name is Drew Jones. But I'm gonna let you guess how it's how Drew is.
Andruw.
No, it's not Andrew. It's just Drew.
Yeah,
but you had it right. It is.
Druw. He's the son of Andrew Jones. That's why.
That is the stupidest way to fucking spell him. Drew. Come on.
You're not wrong. I didn't know why I was gonna get that by doing that horribly. Two out of 10. Jump puzzles. Yeah. I'm bad at this. I might be able to get it from there. And if I don't keep doing a double jump when I don't want to, maybe from over here.
What team would pay him 500 million? Come on.
A team that really has a stupid owner. I'm sorry.
Like, I don't, like, even if he was... Let me ask you this. Because it gets thrown around so much it's lost its meaning. Even if he was the Babe Ruth of the modern era, would you pay that much for him?
Who? Shohei?
No. I already know what you would fucking say about that. I'm talking about Juan Soto.
500 million is, I don't think any human being on the face of this earth is worth that much money.
That's not what I'm asking though. If you had that, if you wanted him for your team and he was the modern day Babe Ruth, would you pay 500 million? Regardless, because I agree with you. I don't think anybody should be paid that much, unless you're military. Would be the only exception. Like, military people should be getting paid triple what they do. Doctors already get good pay though. Well, at least here. I don't know about Canada, but here, doctors they make enough.
They save lives though. Baseball players don't save lives.
Oh, but that's why I said military. Military should get, because military, they don't really get paid worth of shit. But that's besides the point. If you had 500 million, he wants 500 million. He was like I said, the modern day Babe Ruth. Would you pay him 500 million?
I don't have 500 million.
That's not what I'm asking, sir.
I'm just talking you around in circles at this point.
And you have to think about it. You're probably giving him 500 million plus prospects. That would I could maybe pay him 500 million if he signed like a 15-year contract. But if I'm giving up players as well, if I'm giving him players plus 500 million, it's not happening.
No, you're not giving him players. You're giving the team he's coming from players.
You know what I meant. If I'm giving him 500 million plus giving away my future prospects, I'm not doing that. But if it's just 500 million and I get him for the rest of his career, maybe.
He'd have to be like literally the next coming up baseball Jesus. Like,
you'd have to be the modern day Babe Ruth. That's why I keep saying that. I hate when people say it, but it's because there's never been another Babe Ruth.
There will never be another Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was the product of kind of an era, right? He was playing baseball. He was the only guy kind of going to hit home runs in an era when no one else was going to hit home runs. Right? It was the dead ball era. So he changed baseball because he went to hit home runs.
Sure, but he's still undeniably at least top 3 best baseball players ever. Top 5 maybe. Doesn't matter what area.
That would be after what, like Vladdy Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette?
You don't want me to answer that.
2 guys who have played a combined 7 years, pretty much. Oh. Beginnings are hard. Well, I'm almost next level with the Chin League. Nice. Oh, did we get any? No, we still haven't unlocked any other frames. Boo. I guess we're stuck with that. Why are people spamming emotes in chat? I love that in this game you can run across the water. You don't have to worry like in WoW about like, are you a shaman? Can you walk across water? Give me my loot. Yep, there's another one over there.
No, I said you wouldn't want me to answer that because I don't even, I really, don't even think, at least this year, Vladimir is your best player. You got better players. Every time I watch a highlight of Blue Jays, it's never him.
True.
Like it's either. I think the last one had Castillo in it doing really well. I don't remember. But it's never Vladimir.
It's usually been Springer recently. Springer or... Yeah, when you have a deep team, you don't have to worry about, like, is that one player doing his job today? It's, we have 5 good players, one of them is probably going to be doing their job today. Right? And that's the good thing about the Blue Jays.
Don't get me wrong, I know he's a good player. I I think like a lot of people in the league, he's overrated, but he's still a good player.
Well,
I just don't think he's
good
I
player
don't think
is
he's
overrated, right?
I don't think he's worth all the fucking hype that they put on him and for that team when there's people that's honestly outperforming him. And that's the way I look at it.
He's kind of a one-dimensional player. He's the home run hitter. So if he's not hitting home runs, he's not going to be as, like, effective as other people. It's not like he's Bo Bichette or Springer or someone like that who's, like, less of a home run hitter and more of a hits for average, and Springer's a good defensive center fielder. So...
Perfect move.
I want to say it was either Lopez or Hernandez that was in the last highlight doing pretty damn good.
I got it! I win the game! This must be the best thing. It's just 3 ice souls. Blizzard!
He's 5'8".
Who?
He's short, but he's built like a damn tank.
Who?
Kurt.
Yeah.
He's short, but he's, like you said, he's built like a bowling ball.
Which is kind of what you want for a catcher, right? You want to, in a way, this is kind of be a little bit like juicy, what I say, but you want a big target, right? That way the ball doesn't get behind him as easy. If you have like a guy and he's literally pretty much a twig, it'll be easier to throw through him than someone who's like, even though this would never happen, like 450 pounds.
I don't know, that guy that, who was that guy that was on the Mets before and finally hit a home run at weighed like 300 and something?
He was a pitcher.
Yeah, but he was a big dude.
He was also like 45 at that point.
I don't remember his name, but...
Bartolo Colon.
Yeah. How much did he hit? Was he even a good pitcher?
In his prime. By the time he hit that home run, he was like well past his prime.
He was 265 pounds according to this.
Muscle. 100% muscle.
Don't touch.
So the heaviest baseball player ever was Walter Young, 320 pounds.
Oh, you wanted some of my power, didn't you? Use it to...
And he played for the Orioles in 2005. Passed away at 35 from a heart attack. And then at number 2, CC Sabathia for the Yankees at 300 pounds.
Yeah, I know he has had a lot of like weight issues where they're like forcing him to go on diets and different things like that.
6'6", 300 pounds. Man, should have just built up muscle and went football. He would have been a good offensive lineman. Hell, even a linebacker.
Really, yeah. There are lots of things he could have done with that size. Oh, I was like, how did I get in combat? I was standing on a roof.
Oh, perfect move.
Oh, look at that guy flying around, taking all the little loot chests. Or the crafting chests. Here I am jumping. When do you get wings?
Oh, internet. How random can you possibly be? Apparently there's some theory now that scientists have that they released talking about, you know how Amelia Earhart and her famous like disappearance during her last flight.
Yep, across the Atlantic. Right? It was the Atlantic or the Pacific or around the world or something.
It was one of the two, I don't know, but they always, they always theorized that she crashed on an island somewhere, probably South America, something like that. Now they're talking about that they think the reason they can't find any of her remains or anything like that is because she got ate by coconut crabs.
Coconut crabs?
Because coconut crabs are the ones that are the size of like
coconuts.
They're horrifying. Size of like they're as long as a fucking go-kart.
What?
Yeah, you ain't never seen a coconut crab? And they usually come out in like the hundreds. There's like hundreds that come out all the time together, and you just walk outside on. It's one of the reasons, again, I don't like going to the beach. I don't want to run in with a horde of coconut crabs. But coconut crabs will eat like they eat anything. So they theorized she was decomposing, and the coconut crabs ate her. And now people are making memes about it on Twitter. Like Spyro the Dragon memes of all things. I can't believe you haven't ever, like, Which I guess you live in Canada, so I'm pretty sure they probably don't have coconut crabs in Canada. Or maybe they do. I don't know.
I don't know if that sent you a friend. Okay, it sent you a friend request. Good.
But it says here they're only in the Central Pacific and the Indian Ocean. They can be as big as a medium-sized dog. Put it that way. And if you know how crabs are, they usually have usually you walk out and see one. There's probably hundreds everywhere else. So it's scary.
Yeah.
And but of course, the people who are crazy now, they can, like, just like you were joking last week about elephants and the horns. They're considered an aphrodisiac.
Use it with a friend to increase Destiny for both of you by 5. But Destiny 5's not out yet.
It never will be, because Destiny is a ripoff of Halo and garbage.
Oh wow, someone's salty. Destiny 5 will be out in like 2050. Right? Because they're not even on Destiny 3, so it's going to take a while. Usually
Destiny
games like that, they come out with like...
ever.
No, but usually it's every like game console generation they come out with a sequel or something like that. So it'll be probably, I'd say 2 years for the next Destiny. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a new Destiny announced in the next year or so. They'll want something high fidelity and blah 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 blah, and then that'll go until whenever the PS6 comes out. The Xbox, I'm not going to even try and come up with its name because they come up with random names. They never act normal. So... But yeah. Okay, one sec. So, wait to team. Does it show you on the map?
Stupid do you have to be to go out with the Stanley Cup in public, just carrying it around?
Sounds
Can't
like
get mad if somebody comes up and, like, honestly, it's on you if somebody robs your ass.
Well, that's why you don't walk around with the Stanley Cup in the middle of the night. Like, there's a big difference between going to Tim Hortons with the Stanley Cup in, like, broad daylight and, like, walking in a back alley with the Stanley Cup in, like, 2 a.m. by yourself.
And, yeah, you could say he might have security, but if that's his security walking with him, if I'm a criminal, I'd be pretty fucking confident, because it's a bunch of 80-year-old men.
Well, yeah, the Stanley Cup is not guarded by, like, The Rock. Which it should be in a way, right? Like, you'd think that would be, like, the smart thing to do. Like, have, like, bodyguards trample anyone who tries to run away with the Stanley Cup, but here we are.
Wait. Why did they go to Columbus to walk with it, of all places?
every player who wins the Stanley Cup gets a day with the cup. So it's probably someone from Columbus or who played in Columbus
Jack Johnson?
Yeah, he was drafted by the Columbus Blue Jackets and played there for a while. So he probably has a home there. So that makes sense. It's not like, Evgeny Malkin has some, like, random home in Columbus. So I'm looking for a Fox Mage.
I'm gonna tell you one thing though. Of all the major sports I've ever watched, baseball is the biggest fucking pain in the ass to ever actually watch a game. I swear to God.
Why?
I've seen one game, Andrew, in the past week and a half of constantly turning my damn TV on.
Sounds like a you problem.
Sounds like a fucking shitty or streaming thing they're in. I've got Hulu, I've got Peacock TV, I've got ESPN, I've got all that, and there's not on any of that shit.
Because it's on Apple TV and YouTube.
Ridiculous. That's what it is. Like, if I want to watch a team, I have to probably pull it up on my phone and watch it on like watch it on this app that I've had forever, that I used to watch football on when it wasn't on local channels.
Or spend like $700 a year for MLB TV.
Yeah. What people were just ragging on the MLB Twitter guy about on Twitter, talking about, is this on? He tweeted out, is this on? And then everybody was like, if it was, it'd be nobody would see it because it's on MLB TV.
What are you talking about? MLB TV is the best.
And I've
never
pretty
had
sure
it. I've never even had NHL TV.
Apple TV probably isn't any cheaper. Never even heard of Apple TV before fucking MLB shit.
I don't know how much it is, but I don't even know if it's available on like PC.
I wouldn't get it for PC anyway. It'll only be on TV, but if it's Apple, its odds are it literally only works with like Apple. Are there Apple TVs?
I don't know.
Actual Apple TVs?
I don't know. That'd be a weird shaped TV.
Yeah, there's Apple TVs. Oh, it's like Roku. Okay. And it's only $200. Wow, what a deal. Not really. Not paying that much for that. It probably doesn't have products worth of shit on it.
Baseball.
Then you also gotta pay $200 plus $5 a month. Screw that.
There you are.
Good God. 40, well, the yearly package for MLB TV isn't horrible. At least not right now. They got it on sale though, that's why. $48 for a year package.
Yeah, it's probably like that because it's the All-Star game, so it's halfway through the year, so I'm guessing it's like 50% off.
Still stupid though. Like, it's... Every other major sport is on Hulu every day, even if it's some off-brand crappy team. MLB's the only one I've noticed that, if it's not, is hardly ever on Hulu. Like I said, I've seen one game in a week and a half, and that was the Yankees beating Austin 14-1.
Austin won? Why would you want the Yankees to beat my cat?
I said Boston, not Austin.
Oh. You're close.
Why would you assume I was talking about Austin?
I heard
anyway?
Austin.
I said Boston.
And I thought you were talking
dark.
about Texas.
Kind of dark to assume I would want a whole team of like 250-pound men to beat up your cat, man. Come on.
Just imagine. Just imagine you get like 20 thick guys trying to chase after a cat.
I would never do that to Austin.
Dr. Sway, something is happening on Nation Island.
Maybe Sergachev.
You'd want Sergachev to chase after Austin?
No, I won't. 26 baseball
I will
people
also-
chase after Sergachev.
Do you still want the Phantom Light Talisman?
No, I ain't got nothing against Sergachev. I'm just
I
making
will
a
give it
horrible
back to
joke.
you.
I don't
Your
want
Highness is more
Sergachev to
important.
bring his Russian lawyers to my house.
I was gonna
and-
say he's gonna beat you up. Cause you know, yeah.
Pretty sure anybody in the NHL could probably beat most people up.
Fair.
Wouldn't mean I wouldn't fight. I would at least fight back. You know, I'd still probably most likely get my ass kicked, so.
Into the dreamland.
Didn't Sergachev get traded, or was he one of the ones that stayed with Tampa?
No, he stayed. He stayed.
Tampa had a horrible free agency.
Yeah, it's nice to see them get bad. Or worse, they're not gonna be bad, but you know what I mean.
But the Panthers didn't do shit either, so, you know, it is what it is. We lost, we got worse. We lost Ben, we lost... I was really sad about losing Mason, Marchment. Like, that was a fucking joke. I could get over Giroux, but Mason had a good future ahead of him, and now he's gonna go and be better for somebody else. I forget who it was. Where did he go to? I think he went to Dallas?
I should be paying attention more. I go to UC early.
Yeah, he went to Dallas. Fucking stupid Dallas.
Yeah, didn't he get traded or was that a signing?
We could, quote unquote, he wanted too much money for what he was worth. So they let him, or traded his ass to Dallas. I don't know what we even got in return. I think we literally just gave him to Dallas.
Kind of like what we did with Matt Murray. But Matt
Yeah,
Murray's
but-
not a good player.
Anymore. Trying to figure out if this is a solo instance. I should be waiting for quiet or I cannot run fast here. That is an odd thing. I need to kill more Devastators, and those guys are not Devastators. So I gotta wait here anyways. Good old not paying attention and killing things before respawns even or before I'm even on that part of the quest.
It's a lot of shit. He knew he wanted to stay with. Nobody wants to go to Dallas. That's just damn PR speed.
What are you talking about? I want to go to Dallas.
Talking about he wouldn't trade the journey to Dallas for anything. Like, get out of here. You know your ass wanted to stay with Florida. They just couldn't pay you what you wanted.
I'm waiting on respawns anyways, so I don't know if this is a solo instance or not anyways, so we might be phased from each other, so.
The only reason Florida can't afford shit now is because that stupid old GM of ours decided it was a great idea to offer crappy ass, long, and high paying contracts to mostly worthless players. Nobody's gonna take that damn contract, so. Should have jumped on the damn Seattle train and gave his ass to Seattle.
Yeah, I think we're phased from each other. Let's see if I go over here. Leave the area.
Oh yeah, we also lost Owen Tippett. We lost a first round pick, another first round pick, a third round pick. We lost a good prospect, and we lost Owen Tippett. And we traded down from the 4th to 5th. These are all the things that Florida did wrong.
Oh, poor you.
Why are we even signing people from Philly? They're all poop.
I thought you said you wanted to like the Flyers, though.
I specifically said the reason I didn't go with Philly is because of the Flyers.
But you're talking about liking Philly, so here we are.
Yeah, but not hockey. Not after all the shit I've heard, reading and studying and seeing how awful the GM situation is. That was what ran me off from Jacksonville.
I knew if I had got out of the... yeah, whatever.
Gary Matthews, or Mayhew.
Who? What? When? Where? Why?
That's who we got from Philly, some dude named Gary Mayhew.
I keep trying to sprint.
But people say he's good, so maybe he's good. Who knows?
Yeah, he might just be like angry over nothing. He could end up being the next Barkov.
Highly doubtful, but sure.
It could always happen, right? Like, every player could be the next Barkov. You just don't know until you...
and out of dangerous areas unhindered. It's only a dream world. What's so scary about it?
It'd be nice if they would respawn faster. Just saying, right? Oh, so it even gets you if you're in the air?
Cannot be cast.
It's kind of cheap.
Imagine Juan Soto goes to the Marlins. I mean, they need offense.
But they'd have to trade a lot.
I don't really like. They'd be stupid to get rid of that rookie pitcher they've had all year this year because he's the reason they get most of their wins that they've gotten. Honestly, Alcantara.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
He's been carrying the Marlins. It's just the offense is atrocious.
I'm trying to get it to where it'll reset that spot without bugging this guy.
Oh, and another reason I have doubts about Florida this year. Guess who left us? Andrew Brunette. Kind of figured he would after he didn't get the head coach job.
Who's your head coach again?
Fucking the dude that was with the Jets.
Oh, yeah, okay, yep. I know who you're talking about.
Dude that's coached for like 50 years.
It'd be really nice if these guys would respawn. This is getting a little bit annoying.
I forget where he went to. Oh, Andrew Brunette.
I don't know if he went anywhere. I haven't heard that name.
No, Andrew Burnett was our interim coach last year. He was the one that led us to the second round.
Yeah, but I don't think he ended up going anywhere after that. Is what I'm saying.
No, he got trade or I don't. Do you trade coaches? No, he just left. He's on the Devils now as an associate coach.
Oh, okay. So he's not even a head coach on the Devils.
Fucking people in here talking shit about him. You can tell, like I made fun of him, but to say he's a bad coach is. Can't say he's a bad coach when he's never been a head coach at major levels. He's a decent coach at best. Surprised he left Florida to go to New Jersey. Like, who does that? Like, I know Florida ain't the best, but damn, we ain't New Jersey.
There we go. Finally, they're respawning. That's just silly, that respawn time. Don't get me wrong, I understand a respawn time. But that's like close to 5 minutes. On something you have to do. That's a bit obnoxious.
Assistant coach is what he. So he left Florida as an assistant to go to New Jersey to be an assistant. That doesn't.
Yeah, but the thing is, New Jersey's a team that might fire their coach, where the chance of signing signing Paul Maurice and then firing him right away is really low, right? You're going to keep him for at least a year or two. So he's probably going with the thought of, well, I might be a coach if New Jersey starts off weak, right?
It would be best if you break with your just pass and go on the just side. Then you can
He played for the Thrashers
It's good for your
when he was playing.
Andrew Burnett.
Andrew Burnett.
better than your current
Yep.
situation.
You've got a
A lot of teams, though. I'm seeing Colorado, Minnesota.
Yeah, he was a journeyman.
If friendly persuasion doesn't work, I have no choice. I better get rid of you
No fucking way.
What?
Oh, I was about to say there. Well, it's about to be the biggest what the fuck ever, but I just, it gotta be old footage. Somebody posted a tweet 8 hours ago of Rex Ryan signing as Buffalo Bills head coach. It's about to be like, what the? That would be such a horrible signing. Oh my god.
You lost him in the Super Bowl right away, and you're like, yeah, it's a horrible thing. Oh no, it's Sanaga. He's running away.
Rex Ryan, it was never a good, never had a good season as a coach. I don't think he ever had a winning season with the Jets. What is his coaching record?
I heard that Mei Jiao won.
He was with Cincinnati when they had a good, decent team.
Exactly.
But is that Cincinnati? Oh, that was that's college. That ain't even the Bengals.
No, I was gonna say. He's the best coach in the history of the Bengals.
He was with the Ravens. I remember that. Didn't do shit with the Ravens though. Was with the Ravens, but he was never a head coach until the Jets. Once he became a head coach in 2009 with the Jets, he just
There could be endless purgatory or a bottomless abyss on the other side
he was
of the portal.
decent in the postseason, but his regular season record was bad. 61 of 66. He had a losing record.
My dear, help! I'm coming!
He coached the Bills from 2009 to 2014, and then went, or the Jets, I mean, from 2009 to 2014, and then went to the Bills for 1 year and then retired. I think the only reason he had a Super Bowl was who did he win? It had to have been. Who did he win his Super Bowl with? It had to have been with the Ravens, yeah.
They think they can stop me.
Yeah, it was back when they had, I think he got his one Super Bowl as a defensive coach back when he had Ed Reed and, why am I forgetting his name? He had a Hall of Fame defense, though. Not surprising that he won a Super Bowl with that amount of talent on defense. Horrible coach, though.
I'm getting the thought that you're
At
not
least
a
head
fan.
coach. As a head coach, he was horrible. I can't speak on defense because I really never was. I never watched him when he was on defense. But
Make sure I don't die, because I wasn't really paying attention to. Yeah. These guys have more health.
That'd be hilarious, though. That would be a, like, horrible, like, huge step down for the Bills.
There we go. I was worried I was gonna have to wait for more respawns.
Up with a sharp knife.
These vines have no consciousness.
Why are the Marlins taking more fucking pitchers in the draft? Get offense, you idiot.
Get up on his high horse with you again, and that's unbearable.
You have a good pitching lineup already.
Well, you and Chen Shi get along very well. You're not always as gentle as he is. Actually,
gentle.
You need to decide for yourself how you want to behave. Please don't do anything you regret.
No matter. I'll just ignore him.
The miasma's getting more intense.
Who?
If things...
No, I'm just making fun of the game.
Oh, show me what you've got. Wait until you've destroyed this barrier. Then you can go to Mei Xin Wei to inform His Highness that the mission has been completed.
Before I can use Mage's magic on all the world's plants. This stall will not longer.
He's already
Heal up just in case. Just in case.
Hang on! Wait for me!
I enjoy it. I'm still, I would call it relatively new. But yeah. Get out of that. Okay, he died way quicker than I expected. For someone who's been built up as kind of a mini boss in here. But yeah, I enjoy it. It's got a lot of story content, and I enjoy the combat and stuff like that. I will say the population count is a little low, but it was never the most well advertised game out there anyways, so don't expect, it to be have high player counts. But other than that, yeah, it's a solid game. Are we gonna get the... No, it's
only wow. I didn't know that's what that was.
What?
People are mad at Fox Sports because when they were advertising that Boston and New York game last night, the footage was overlaid on top of the 9/11 Ground Zero.
Yeah, that would probably... Yeah, I think I saw that and was like, I don't know why they're angry. And so, yeah,
Well, I had to look. Even I had to look, to be honest. Why is people angry now? But
it makes sense. It's one of those things where
this dream world has
that makes. Why would you use there? Could use anywhere. You could use the water.
Beasts
right?
are nothing but trouble all year round, and
I
they
don't know.
injure countless people. Kill them. It'll serve them right.
Also, just people get upset over damn near anything nowadays too, though. Let's be honest. Like it's
well,
not
but
the
that's
first
one
time
of those things that makes sense. It's like, why even use that location? Like,
I agree with you to an extent with, like, people get upset about a lot of things, but that's one of the things that would, you know, if I had lost a family member to the terrorist attack, I wouldn't be happy that they're just using that randomly like that.
I guess because they figured it was New York. And what's a big place in New York that's... Oh, Ground Zero, I guess. Well, I don't know.
Central Park. Right? Central Park. There you go. 100 times better. It's a big place. Just overlay it on Central Park. 10 out of 10. I'm waiting, kind of waiting back, making sure quiet doesn't get too far behind. But yeah, so yeah,
Why are
I can.
people still talking about Kadri? I thought he signed with like somebody already.
No, he hasn't.
Or maybe it was just like they kept saying it so damn much. Maybe I just assumed. I thought they said something about Calgary.
They were talking about that.
Now they're talking about Avalanche to give him a 4-year deal.
We got.
They don't know what they want.
Attendance. That's, oh, it's midnight. Okay. I was like, that's random. Why are you giving me, like, login rewards when I've already logged in? It's midnight. Midnight makes sense. Treasure chest. Dragon's Door Trade Hall gift for people. Wego set.
Getting the morons.
Okay.
Just sign people that are not fucking offensive players. Let's sign pitchers when we already have good pitching.
I really don't want to open that because I know that's going to be like 500 different things. So, once I open all of them. Yep, he's back out. Okay, cool. Captain Node.
People are making fun of Justin Trudeau's summer haircut. Say he looks like Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber.
Oh God.
Kinda does though. I'm not gonna lie, kinda does. Now you just need him to go on national TV and make the most annoying sound you've ever heard. Imagine.
Just imagine he like shows up at a rally in a big dog car. Right?
He'd instantly be a legend for that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 100%.
Coco, hush. You got water, you got food.
She wants cuddles. Mix it either.
She's just spoiled. Spoiled cat. Very spoiled.
Chen-Shi, you and I go way back. It's best we never speak of this again.
Goes 2 seconds without an inch of water in her bowl when she's got to scream bloody murder.
It is the cat way.
She tore my fucking
the floating
hand today. I don't know what they're gonna say at work tomorrow. I might have to wear a glove.
I'm looking.
That's how bad she tore my hand up.
I just found out that there are you can.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
technically
why
working.
kitties are things you want to play with but don't want to play with, right?
Well, it wasn't a case of playing. It was a case of she went to jump up on my chair, on my arm of my chair, and dug her damn claw down in the side of my ribs. And when I went to grab her and get her off, she tore my damn hand up. Cut it open, like wide open. Like the pictures I sent you did not do it justice, because that shit's deep. I couldn't even bend my thumb for a few hours.
Oof. Yeah, that's when my cats have never... They don't really use their nails, so they've never really...
Well, I went to pick her up and get her off of me. And I, like, when I went to pick her up, I popped her on her side, and when I did that, that's when she was trying to get out of my hand. She wasn't technically doing it on purpose. So, she's never, like I've told you before, she's never, as far as I know, I can't read a cat's mind. As far as I know, she's never intentionally hurt me. Right? It's not like a dog. You can tell when a dog wants to actually hurt you.
Yeah. I'll help you out a bit. I don't get too far away from you.
Which I don't really have to worry about that because I have the most over-friendly damn dog I've ever seen.
Oh wait, you've never really met Jazzy, so... Jazzy's a very friendly puppy. Although Puppy is kind of a... Don't think you can call a 10-year-old dog Puppy.
You can call him a puppy like you can call your cats kitties. So, I mean, you can technically call them whatever you want.
Steve's.
It's what?
Steve's.
Thieves.
Steve's. You said anything, so... Don't judge me on my choice of words.
I still don't know what the hell you said.
Steve.
Steve?
Yes, multiple Steve. So Steve's.
Okay. I thought you said thieves. Honestly, I thought you kept saying thieves.
Sure. Sure.
But I mean, that kind of would fit. I mean, cats can be thieves. So that's why I thought you said thieves. It's gonna be a long week. The only good thing is that I can at least go into the cooler and put my head
I've known this
or my
Chen Shi guy for
technically
years,
Bluetooth.
but he remains a mystery to me.
And listen to music and
in the
do what yeah. They don't care. I don't deal with food. I'm just stocking beer and drinks and stuff. Not food. When you eat a plastic bottle.
Yes. You can eat anything.
I said when do you eat a plastic bottle? Not would you, but when.
Tuesday.
Don't judge me on my life decisions just because I like to eat plastic models.
So you have, what's it called, pica?
I don't have pie crusts. Why?
I said pica, not pie crust.
I don't know.
Or whatever it's called. It's that disease that people have where they can't control themselves. So you'll see like people eating like metal and all kinds of weird shit because their body has no iron. So it's a weird disease. It's crazy. But if you've ever seen the videos of people eating like the most something that you've never thought you'd see people eating, that's usually pica.
I've never heard of it, so news to me. No, I don't have pie crusts.
As I looked it up, the actual meaning: eating disorder characterized by a tendency to eat substances that provide no nutritive value, such as soil, chalk, hair, paper, etc.
Soil. Oh. Rocks. Someone just like eats rocks.
Yeah, that's common for people with pica. It's why a lot of people with pica don't know they have it and end up dying really young. I'm sure they know it's. They're the only ones eating like rocks and stuff, and everybody else is eating sandwiches.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're at work and all their friends are eating like pizza and normal food, and they're sitting there eating like.
I don't think they could work a job like that though. I don't think they could hold a job because they would end up eating company stuff.
I'm sure to a certain extent you have to kind of grow like.
But I'm pretty sure that's something you mentioned to your
employer.
No,
is there anything we should know about you? Yeah, I eat rocks.
I have pica. It's actually like I said, I don't think they can technically control it, so it's like Tourette's in that sense. It just.
Yeah, I
so his shackles must be released.
Video about a lady who like eats rocks. I don't know.
There's a lady that eats eats mattress stuff. He literally eats nothing but mattress stuffing.
How do you like?
Let's get out of here.
How do you stay alive? Because that has no nutritional value. So how does that like?
Well, that's why pica is a serious disease.
I'm so lucky I ran into you. Thank you for releasing me.
I don't know how they
shackles.
treat it. I don't know if you
Major,
can treat it. I don't think
worry.
there's any
I've
treatment
heard-
for it.
I have heard of this place.
I don't think that because it's just like Tourette's in the
You're
sense
called
that
Shishoi?
there's no, as far as I know, there's no cure for
That's
Tourette's.
what my friends always called me. I've had that name ever since.
Well, there's no cure for
Don't
a
you
lot
like
of things, right? Like.
It's not that.
That's.
It's just that it reminds me of old times my brother loved to talk about.
I think there's just all
I've
you can
never
do is not get
experienced
treatment to.
And they aren't coming back.
Well, apparently you.
What?
I was reading something before I said anything. I was reading about the treatment.
I thought in a way, and this is my very ignorant, like, unknowing thought, is to a certain extent, wouldn't it be like therapy? Like, to get you to, like, want to eat food instead of, let's just say, rocks?
According to this, the only treatment is medication or psychotherapy, which...
Therapy, yeah.
I don't know what psychotherapy is, but probably not an amazing thing to have. But if there's no cure, it just says to help you learn how to cope with it. So there's no cure. It's just you, what's the word I'm looking for?
Learn to manage it.
Yeah, I guess. Now you go with that.
No! For no apparent reason, I wanted to get on top of this. There we go.
Apparently, even like the most professional eating clinic doctors have gone entire careers without knowing they had pica, because they, I guess, don't see anything wrong with what they're doing. That's crazy.
Well, if they've been doing it their whole life, it's just Tuesday to them, right? Like, and I'm sure they, when they were younger, they did it in front of someone and they made fun of them for it. So they do it behind closed doors, right? It's not something, either that or their parents told them, don't do this in front of people, right? So it's something they keep from people, so it's not something someone else sees and goes, that's not normal, right?
Yeah, but if any of these things got eaten, you have to know it's not normal. I just don't see how you would, because ice, which isn't bad. Ice.
Yeah, I was gonna say ice is normal.
Cubes.
Yeah, ice cubes.
Yeah, ice cube. But I don't know if they're talking about a different kind of, like, going out on the street and eating the ice on the street.
Don't think you can do that.
You could. You could do anything. If you can eat
Technically,
metal.
You could do anything once. You might die and not be able to do it again, but, you know.
Well, the shit on here, I'm surprised they're even alive.
Yeah, it's like
ice, dirt, soap, hair, plastic, glue, cigarette ashes. Not even cigarettes, cigarette ashes. Erasers, cloth, chalk, metal and wire, clay, stones and pebbles, paint chips, and then they straight up just eat poop, including animal poop.
Okay.
So, how do you go without realizing that there's something wrong there, right?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say, again, it might be something you keep from other people, right? You might know that this is wrong, but not know how to control it, right? Like, I don't know. I have no clue. It's one of those things that trying to, like, when someone has a disability, trying to understand how they live is kind of difficult because you don't know their point of view, right?
You're not, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like when someone has depression and everyone's like, oh, well, just be happy. People don't know that that's not how you can, how it is. You just can't be happy, right? So.
Yeah, I hear that every day, nearly.
That's why I brought that up. That's why I brought that up, because I know you would understand that, right? Unfortunately. But it's, yeah.
That's why I don't really talk to anybody in my family when it comes to that subject, because it's an entirely different generation that I'm talking to. In their generation, it was suck it up and get on with life. With mine, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, that's one good thing about our generation. Is that...
Which really, other than that, the only person I've talked to is you, so, you know.
The looted. You were both.
I mean, you're literally probably the only person I talk to about my issues, so.
Well,
which
honored with that, but, you know.
Anyway, the student has just reported a horde of...
You need someone to talk to, right? Like, keeping it to yourself's not, like, healthy.
No, it's not healthy, but it's a sad fact of reality of how it is sometimes. And that's life. As shitty as it is to say, that's life.
Rand Fu. I wonder if this guy's gonna have.
I get a whole whopping $100 Tuesday because last week I worked 3 days.
Hey, that's better than nothing.
Yeah, probably all gonna go towards the Walmart card bill though, which is kind of shitty. I don't know. Might just say screw it and actually buy myself something. Screw bills for this week.
Do you get paid every 2 weeks or every week?
Aren't you? Didn't he?
No, that was actually a happy surprise. I assumed it was 2 weeks because I thought that's what my uncle was getting paid, but no, that's every week.
No, nice. Yeah, that's nice. I get paid every week, and it's something I don't know if I could really like. And like, obviously, if you're forced to, you're gonna deal with what you got. But it's one of those things where I wouldn't want to go back to every 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's one of the things Beef O'Brady's I got paid every 2 weeks, and I never mentioned it to nobody, but one of the reasons I really hated that job was partially because of that. It felt like I was working a week, getting nothing out of that week, even though I was getting paid for it, obviously. It feels nicer to work a week and get paid for that week, even if it's, because technically I work till Thursday. Thursday's the end of the week for us. Friday starts the new week, and then I'll get paid Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Which is earlier than normal, because usually everybody else gets paid Thursday of the following week. But I use direct deposit and borrow banking, so I get paid like 2 or 3 days early. Or 2 days, yeah. But it's still, even if I get paid Tuesday, it's better than working 14 days and then still having to wait like the week after those 14, basically going like 17 days per paycheck, it feels like, right? Feels like you're working half a month for nothing. It was one of my biggest complaints, especially because which I kind of did that on purpose, because I knew if I worked more than I did at Beef O'Brady's, I was going to get even burnt out even quicker than I did.
Maybe a demon.
That's why I told them I only want my 4 days a week. I don't care about nothing else. Give me 4. Right now I'm going to be working like probably all this week, but the thing about this job is I'm working all week, but I'm only working a couple hours a day, right? Because really my job is the cooler, and I'm pretty much the cooler guy and the handy guy, like handyman. I take the trash out.
I was
Shut up.
wondering what you meant by handy guy for a second.
If only you'd just once.
It would be weird to be the handy guy when the store is nothing but females.
Oh god. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking handicapped.
Yutzao's tail is so soft and fragrant.
I'm the handy guy. How are you doing today, sir?
Like you help people who are handicapped. Like if someone comes in and needs to be put in a wheelchair, you do that. Then that's what my thought was.
No, I don't think we have any policy about that. I think it's just if you come in with somebody that's handicapped, you better figure it out yourself. As bad as it is to say that. When I was going through all the store policies and the tests and stuff, it said nothing about handicapped people. There was a guy that pulled up in a wheelchair the other day, but he got out on his own. Well, he didn't get out on his own. He what I mean by that is the driver got him out on his own.
Okay.
But it would be kind of weird to be handicapped and then get out your car on your own.
Depends on what handicapped entails, right? Handicapped is different things.
Yeah, I guess if you're one-armed, that would technically be... well, I don't know. Is having one arm considered a handicap?
Yeah, anything that makes you unable to do things normal people could do, right? That's...
But you could still drive, technically, with one arm, unless you try to drive a stick shift. But that's... get an automatic, right?
Pretty much.
Plus, a lot of people with one arm end up getting prosthetic, so... I don't know, that's a weird one. Is a person with one ear a handicapped person?
If you can't hear, you're handicapped. So yeah, I would say if you have a hearing problem. Right? It's definitely a handicap.
I feel bad for the people who have like handicaps that you can't physically see. So people think they're fakers, because I've seen it happen. Like people pull in the handicap spots at stores, and they are handicapped, but they're not like physically. They're not in a wheelchair. Yeah. And people would just come up and give them so much shit. Why are you taking up the handicap spot? You're not handicapped. You're walking just fine.
But it's not just walking, right? It's a ton of different things.
But you can't tell those people that, though. You know that.
Well, I'm sure if you walked up to someone and started saying stuff like that and they were deaf, that you know, it would become noticeable very quickly that you're speaking to someone who is handicapped.
Or they just think you're ignoring them and get madder, because that happens too.
Then that person's just an asshole who's not paying attention. Right? When it comes down
I would
to
say anybody who comes up to somebody and just automatically assumes they're a piece of shit is an asshole anyway.
Either that or they're going through a really bad day type thing. Because I know there are times when, I'm sure you've had it, where you're just having a bad day and not in a good mood.
Yeah, today was one of them. It was shit after shit after shit. Right.
So it's one of those things where if you're having a bad day, obviously, like, you're on edge more.
Really though, I only ever get snappy if I'm sleep deprived. I can control myself usually unless you just got me like blackout angry. But that takes a lot.
For me, it's kind of yes and no. Me, I know when I'm getting angry, and I can kind of control it, but I'm also, when I get angry, I kind of, to a certain extent,
I want to tell you a secret.
I get angry, I usually go silent.
Yeah.
And that's my way of trying to
I'm the
not
same.
deal with it.
I go quiet, and if you keep poking me, then I try to go even more quiet. And if there's just no way out, then I kind of like, yeah, go off. Either that or you keep poking the bear. It's just, yeah.
Right. Or the week when we had the misunderstanding or whatever you want to call it. And I went quiet, and then you made the comment, and then I went more quiet and left the call for a while. Yeah. Which I would rather it end up going that way than me or you have stayed and it being a big thing, but I wouldn't have let it got that far. I wouldn't have let it got that far. That's why I did what I did.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. It's way better to, like, try and de-escalate it than escalate it, unless there are times, obviously, when it's like, okay, if someone does it repeatedly and repeatedly over a course of months, then it's like, okay, we gotta talk about this. But, yeah. It's one of those things where usually de-escalation, take the high road, right? Type thing. But there's only so many high roads you can take before it's, well, you're just gonna keep doing this unless we, you know, talk and
Well, it's
change.
kind of like, there's only so many times you can swallow what you want to say, but so to speak.
Yeah.
Before it just
Hold
comes
his
out
what?
instantly, the one good time, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what happens too. You're just biting your tongue so much that it's like, one time you just go, okay, I can't bite my tongue anymore. It's not healthy to do that, right?
Yeah, I can tell you that much. Can't tell you how many times I do that a day.
To a certain extent, me too. Especially at my work, it's one of those things where, you know, I'm sure you've already found that at your work, management says do something, you kind of got to do it, right? No matter how much
Yeah,
that thing
well,
might not be an intelligent thing.
Luckily, I haven't had that yet at this one. I've had it plenty at the other one. More times than I can count. But usually, if I'm going to complain, I do it to myself. I'll go in the cooler and just cuss. Right? This is fucking stupid ass shit and stuff like that.
Then someone walks in the cooler and is like, who the hell are you talking to?
No, it's never happened.
The one day.
Honestly, though, the people at Beefs would have understood what I was doing. Because they've done that shit themselves. I've heard them go in the cooler before and just full-on blood-curdling scream in the cooler. They were so angry. Because the walls were decent, so you really couldn't hear them. You could hear them in the kitchen, but you couldn't hear them out front. And that's where all the managers were, so that was all that mattered.
Yeah, we don't have a place like that for, like, screaming at my work, but we do have, like, many places that if you're just to that point, just go, there are many hallways you can go and sit in, and no one will know you're there for 10-15 minutes. I do that all the time. That's how I deal with it.
No.
This magic
I haven't had that
information
yet.
is full of negative chi,
That's the
and I
good
can't
thing. Like,
break
I was
it by
talking to
myself.
Zach at
Destroy
Circle
the
K the other
monsters in
day.
the
Talking
area
about,
first and wait
how
for
you
our
liking it up
highness.
there at the store? And I said, it's alright. He said, I'll give you a month before you want to leave. That's why I left. And I said, well, though, the difference between me and you is you work the register, I stay in the back. He's like, yeah, but I still give you a month. I didn't say nothing to it because, you know, who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I've had no issues so far.
Yeah, it's like my
Granted,
job. People keep, you know, it's the first thing when someone works where I work. They're like, yeah, give it a couple months. You're gonna hate what you do. And there are lots of people, even to a certain extent, like
Mosheng
even
sword
after 11 years,
is really
I
here.
still like what I do.
Elder
It's just
Chen Shi, Heavenly Lord.
sometimes
First
the
let us
pressure
work
gets to
together
you.
to break this formation.
Some days you just hate everything. That's how I am.
Yeah, some days you wake
There's
up and it's just fuck this shit.
My plan will not be in vain.
I'm sure I'll
Finally,
feel
you will
that
be
way
led
later on
into
this
the
morning.
formation.
Even though it'll probably be again an easy ass day.
There's no one
It's
here.
just-
Well, now that you're here, we can stay
It
together.
is what it is.
Let's
You just
see how powerful you are.
deal with it and move
Even
on.
Chong Wu Chi's sword can't
Most of the
hurt
time.
you.
Sometimes you can't move on.
That
Right?
is the Shen Chao Yin Chao
I'm sure
formation.
the one time I get in trouble will be
I told you
Because I know eventually I'll probably get yelled at about something. It usually happens, regardless of how good you are at your job.
The other is the dispelling of.
You're gonna get yelled at least once. I'm sure even you've been yelled at, right?
Oh yeah, at work, yeah, 100%. 100%. I do stupid things all the time. I've been suspended for stupid things.
But usually I stay that to myself. I'm not outgoing. I'll talk to people if they talk to me, but that's. I might talk to people that I like Miss Linda up there. She's a nice lady. I usually try to talk to her every morning, at least say hey, if nothing else. She's only like 5 years older than my mom. She was born in 1951. Crazy that she's still working. I usually say hey to Brittany because I kind of have no choice. Jackie and all them, like I said, it's mostly women. I'm the only guy up there other than Chris.
The wind is raging today.
Everybody else, there is like 8, 7, or 6 to 7 other employees.
It's kind of surprising because you think there'd be like, I hate to like kind of typecast this, but like on the night shift type thing, it'd be more males.
No, the lady that runs the night shift the night shift is one lady that runs it all night. So I think 6:30 in the morning. They have different schedules than what my uncle's store has. We have more, because we have to have a mid shift. He doesn't have to have a mid shift.
Is the false cloud
so it's like 6:30 to
when lit, it can clear the fog.
To like 10, something like that. They have a 6, 8, 10. It's a load of like shifts. I'm not even gonna try to attempt it, but it's a jarbled mess of hours.
The false cloud formation is
and somehow, other than me and Miss Linda, everybody in there still ends up with 40+ hours.
They figure it out. It's what good management does, right? They find a way to make everyone happy.
Yeah, come to find out that most of those people up there have ties to Beef O'Brady's, hilariously enough. And I know some of their relatives. Because I worked with one, Miss Linda's son-in-law. I worked with him. And Brittany used to work for Beef O'Brady's in Moultrie, which is where Quentin's from. So she worked with Quentin. And she's the manager.
It looks like Meijia made a whole lot of progress in her
I thought that
cultivation
was
in
funny.
recent years.
Small world.
I got a sword. Leave, okay. Leave the home.
Be right back.
Yep. I think we're kind of stuck at 36 right now. I think we might have to like do a class story. Twinstone. Let's see. We're at like. Yeah, we're literally capped. So.
How was it? Was this... That's not...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're getting notes. I don't know if it follows over to the next thing or what, but...
You were saying the stranger's sword was absorbed by your shadow pet.
I'd take your advice and like wait and see where Juan Soto goes, and if he goes to a team that was on my list, maybe I'll just do like you said.
Look at this.
Follow him. Depends on where he goes, though. Because I don't see him not trading him. It'd be stupid just to let him go, because if they let him go, they get nothing.
Yeah.
I can still see him going to, like, Baltimore.
She Wen has should
or the Marlins, but
Cloudrise, okay, cool.
The entrance to the Great Path consists of a sacrificial site. Oh, there are so many talented people in this world, but ultimately there are only few who can tread the path of enlightenment with unfettered joy.
2, to be precise. And that's you and I.
Lord Sway.
Only joking. Why so serious, Elder Chen Shi?
Why so
pretty sure they already have you know they already have offers for him.
No, probably. It's whether or not those offers are like anywhere close to what they want.
I think it wasn't about the money. He just doesn't want to play in Washington. I think that's what it was. Or it might not even been that. It's just he doesn't want to pay 15 years in Washington, but...
I'm going to the wrong portal. There we go. Big cutscene, I'm guessing.
It was chaos in Chang'an back then. The fire of war raged everywhere. We had doubts, but we didn't agree to it. Now we know that we missed our best opportunity to pursue Zhongwu.
There is a difference between immortals and common people. When Cloud Rise was founded, the various factions agreed that the students rise or fall. Everything follows fate.
People care
Without
about
the
who
demon
fucking
sword, we, the students
dating
of
each other.
Taihua,
I
should
never
not
understood
come
the
to
fascination.
Chang'an.
You all know that John Wuxi spent some
Is that a
time
thing-
in the
is that a
Valley of
big
a
thing
Hundred
in
Crosses.
Canada too?
I have
Where just
ordered the
reporters
students
are
to search for
fascinated about
clues
fucking
and hope to find
people
out
and
something
who they're
about
dating
his
is-
past.
Have you made any progress?
Yeah,
Not
to
yet,
a lesser
alas.
extent.
Elder Chen Shi, Heaven's children are also pursuing him. Have you
cares
found
who?
something?
He's
Her
dating.
Royal Highness and I are
Leave the
preparing
man
a joint
alone.
letter to ask the
You
Emperor to
sit
permit
outside
us
the
to
house
search
at
for
5:30
information
in the
on the
damn
Stranger's
morning.
sword
Yeah.
in the old archives
Imagine
of the
that being
palace.
your job.
Perhaps we'll be able
Then
to
we'll wait
learn
for the
something.
news Elder Chen Shi brings us.
I mean, I'm sure it pays good, but that's one. It's boring as hell because you know they're there for hours and hours waiting on their asses to come
Sitting in a
out,
bush.
or in a car. anything. Yeah, even if you're sitting in a car. Take it from me, I've sat through 8-hour work shifts. That shit gets boring.
I've done that too. I've done that too. Yeah.
When
Enough of the.
even if you.
Especially if you live where it's hot. If it's hot weather and you're sitting in a car for like 8 hours, no thank you.
Yep, it's not something that's ever fun. This is like the first time we've ever been to the class order hall for the warrior.
But I guess they get paid to do nothing, so I mean, good on them.
Yeah, I wonder exactly how that works though. I'm sure you have to
you have
take
to get
a certain
something,
amount of pictures,
probably.
yeah.
Commission or something.
It's like Spider-Man with like Jonah Jameson. Bring me pictures of Spider-Man and you get paid.
That's ridiculous. Staff writers
Remember.
or Hollywood reporters make $37,368 for an hour-long script. $25,000 for half an hour.
Please
Or they earn $7,000 to $15,000 an episode in weekly fees. That's stupid.
Yeah. I'm the greatest.
But I think that's for like show writers. I'm talking about like paparazzi type people.
I'm sure it also depends on like who you work for. I'm sure like or
So they
just
get
random
paid for
shitty
photos.
tabloids gets you're probably paid by the photo, but I'm sure there's like contract people too. For like the really good people who like are great at harassing stars.
Yeah, I get a picture of you getting knocked the fuck out.
I'm pretty sure that.
I know it's happened. That's why I said it. Brad Pitt knocked my tooth out. Find out more on Tuesday.
Insufficient inventory space.
I need more inventory space.
I have 30 people outside of a damn couple's car taking pictures of them while they're kissing. That's just stupid.
Well, there are some people who eat that shit up. Some people are like, oh my god, Justin Bieber kissed X person. Oh my god, I care so much. That's why tabloids sell. Right?
It's so stupid though. I know why, and I get it. It's just can't really hate the reporters. I mean, they know what they're doing. They're making money, even if it is in the way it is, right? No, honestly, not much different from people on sites like OnlyFans making money the way they do.
Exactly.
They make millions.
And again, like, I know we just talked about it a couple days ago, but if you can make that money, you make that money, right? Like, it's one of those things where you might be like, holy shit, someone on OnlyFans makes 30 mil a year if you got the goods. Right? It's like if you're really, really good at singing, sing your heart out. Right? If you're great at playing checkers,
sure, but
you do you. Like, it doesn't bother me at all.
I don't think they're not making that much money for checkers or singing.
Singing maybe, right? Britney Spears.
Like the top earners on there do like they're liked for their bodily assets.
You do you.
The two I was referencing are exactly what they do. They call and they even make you pay to just message them. You want to leave a message? $5.
Yeah, that's like a bit crazy, but you know.
Hey,
if
it
you're
works.
that important in someone's life that they need to pay you money just to say hi, and I'm sure it's not just saying hi. I'm just, just gonna say that.
No, it's like I'd known from the moment I met you that I love you.
The moment I laid my eyes on you, I wanted to pay you $5 to say hi. I feel bad because it's like you never know, like.
What they? I mean, I don't know, man. It's just I have mixed feelings about it because on one hand, the guys are 100% getting used.
Oh yeah.
But on the other hand, they're letting it happen to themselves.
Well, it's not really letting it happen. They're doing it to themselves. Right?
Right. You honestly sit here and I don't mean this to sound as mean as it's going to sound, but you honestly sit here and think that any of us would have a chance with people who make millions a year?
Yeah.
Just because you gave them $5 and said hi, hi, I love you. Right? They make $30 million a year.
I don't think it's more you think you have a chance. I think it's more. I don't know. I don't think
desperation. It's desperation. It's just somebody for them. For a lot of people, it's somebody to talk to. But
pretty much.
You can find other people to talk to, buddy.
And not for $5 a pop.
All right. Yeah. I don't care if you're the biggest antisocial person in the world, because I'm up there. I still have certain people I talk to. Mostly you or my uncle, but still people. And Quentin when I feel like it. I haven't actually talked to him since I started work. Which was Tuesday, so it would have been Monday night. Which I've told you before, we go through, we'll talk, have maybe a couple days where we play games, and then there'll be a long stretch before we talk again, lately.
Click on the cultivation in the top right corner of the screen and accept the Swordmaster training tutorial quest. Okay, but where is it? Is it this? I don't think it's that.
A question for you, because I know it's it's something that people have done for like the past 100 years in the south of the U.S. Have you ever heard of people who they'll buy a Coca-Cola, the bottled Coca-Cola, and they'll put peanuts in it?
I've never heard of that.
Like salted peanuts or cocktail peanuts?
Never heard of it.
There's been a staple thing for people in the South that's to do that shit, and it's coming back now. People are starting to do it again. It had died down. People had stopped doing it. Now, for some reason, people in the South are starting to do it like a lot again. I don't understand like how things die off and then come back, die off, come back.
Usually someone popular does it, and people go, "Oh yeah, that was a thing."
Because it's been around, like I said, it's been around. People have been doing that for 100 years or more. Basically since Coca-Cola was a thing. At least here, anyway. Like I said, it's more of a southern thing to do. That's why I really didn't expect you to know about it. I would have been surprised if you did. But I asked anyway.
I'm guessing this.
The preliminary quest has not been completed and has therefore been automatically accepted for you.
Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Okay, is random. Where are we? Okay. Space swallowing. Learn space swallowing. We were just down over here. Recommended gear. Ooh. No.
Don't they let you? Didn't you say they let you listen to music, or no? You said you just sneakily listen to music, don't you?
What?
At work.
No, you're not allowed. I don't listen to music at work. I find it to be distracting. The problem with that is like, you already have the machine and like the other sounds of the factory and all that type of stuff. And then putting music on top of that, especially if you're trying to pay attention to like, okay, is the machine running properly, and listening to like different things, it's hard to like listen to all that shit at once. So, I just don't do it.
Come on, man, you're a professional, you can do it.
There are people who I work with that do, but I don't. Also because I don't like getting written up for stupid shit, because that is kind of a stupid reason to get written up. Like, don't get me wrong, I like music, listening to it now, obviously, but it's like one of those things where, like, if you can't go a couple hours without listening to music, you got some issues.
It's a little different for me. I just don't like hearing fans all day. I hear them enough here.
What, OnlyFans?
Yeah, OnlyFans, sure. I'm like, I made a, OnlyFans for my feet. Just take feet pics and put them on OnlyFans. Just to clarify, I have not done that. I know somebody who has.
The fact that you have to qualify that.
Right? The fact that you have to actually say, don't worry, guys, I haven't done
that. I just wanted to clarify. I have no foot pics on OnlyFans, so I could.
I've said this before, back when I only had Austin and Sydney, I did want to make an OnlyFans for my cats and name it 2 White Pussies.
Yeah, I remember.
So, yeah. I'm guessing, I don't know.
No, I wouldn't, it wouldn't get anywhere. Only reason I know that is because most of the male audiences or male OnlyFans never make nearly what the female OnlyFans do.
These guys aren't waifus. I don't know. We're a story and I'm sticking to it.
Charlie had made a joke, like a completely anonymous OnlyFans that has nobody would know it was him type of thing. And the reason I joked about foot pics because he made an OnlyFans that's completely anonymous, that's nothing but feet pics to see if it went viral. Newsflash, it didn't.
Oh yeah, nobody wants to see a dude's feet.
Now, if he would have put his name on it, that might have been a different story. Honestly.
Come see Captain Sparkle's feet pics.
You know what? You know good and well that people would come just because it's Captain Sparkle.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. See, I'm surprised someone like Aaron Hansen hasn't done something like that as a joke.
How do you know he hasn't? Again, a lot of them people do this weird shit, completely anonymous. Just. No one would have known Charlie had that if he hadn't have said nothing, and they still don't know what the account is named or anything, so he's still anonymous. Here's
clipping to the ground. Oh no, not the stone.
I guarantee you though.
I'm Lilane.
Feet pics on OnlyFans went up a bit after that. I've never even opened that app. I won't even like. Is it a subscription or is it like TikTok?
It's a website.
I know, but is it free or what? How does it work?
I don't know. Well, you subscribe to people's things, so it's gotta be something you pay for. Unless it's like YouTube where you subscribe to their thing and then like they charge you extra.
You can do like you can subscribe, but they have like the
tiers or
subscription premium, like YouTube Premium.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know.
Pokemon Premium.
I wouldn't want to go on there anyway, probably. I can imagine that the first thing pulled up wouldn't be very safe for work.
Well, obviously. OnlyFans. What do you think it would be?
Yeah, I mean, there's dirty pictures on every damn thing nowadays. Twitter, TikTok, hell, you even see them sometimes in YouTube shorts. I mean,
true.
You're not safe anywhere. They're all around you.
The boobs are everywhere. Quick, hide. Hide from the boobs.
You may be acting on behalf of the leader, but his son has returned and achieved a great deal.
Gotta feel bad for the ones that actually try to make it, like, without it being sexual on OnlyFans, though.
So, like, if I were to, like, make one for my cats?
No, but that's a joke. I'm talking about, like, somebody, like
What
a
are you talking
musician
about? I want to
or...
make it a serious career.
Sure. How did you make your multi-millions, sir? I started on OnlyFans. 2 white pussies.
Pictures of my cats.
Excuse me, sir? What did you say? That was the
Imagine
name of my
going to a
OnlyFans.
job interview and trying to explain that. I run an OnlyFans site called 2 White Pussies, and they just look at you, and then it's like, it's for my cats.
I think they would look at you even weirder if you said cats. People always assume the worst. Right? If they don't know you, they'll automatically assume the worst and the weirdest. I don't know. I probably wouldn't even I would probably give no context. I would just say, I own an OnlyFans called 2 White Pussies.
Yes.
Leave it at that. There's nothing... nothing needs to be explained. His personal life stuff.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know.
I run an OnlyFans for 2 of my family members. 2 White Pussies.
Oh my god. Listen.
Guaranteed to get 500 questions at that point.
Are you involved in incest?
Want to make it even worse? I run an OnlyFans for 2 of my family members that are 3 years old and 4 years old.
Oh god.
You're just
They
going
probably would
down
call
that
the
rabbit
cop.
hole.
Yeah, they probably just call the cops on you at that point.
But they're cats. They're cats. They don't have a legal age.
That wording makes it even worse.
Shut up. I didn't do
legal,
it.
officer. I swear. They were legal.
Cats can't be minors.
Interesting. Brother Jean, leave it to me.
You're weird.
Always. I told you when I met you that I was probably a lot more weird than you are.
I'm just watching cutscenes.
I'm Lilane, follower of the immortal.
Well, if the game plays itself for you, that's easier for you.
I know. Okay, and that was not the thing I was needing to do. Okay, awesome. Student.
I used to imagine you went on a game, right? And you was applying for a guild, and you used like some stupid random thing from your life. In this case, you apply for a guild, and say what makes you, and they're like, what makes you think what makes you good for our guild? I'm really good with computers, and I'm really good with, you know, I could advertise our guild good and stuff, and then you just throw in, I also have an OnlyFans.
I can advertise our guild on OnlyFans.
I can put our guild name above, like at the end of my OnlyFans for
I was thinking about something very worse. I can draw your guild name on my body.
like a fan at like a game. You have like your normal videos, like where your cats are in the video, and then out of the blue, you just come out of the blue shirtless. Join our guild. Join our guild.
Oh God.
And you gotta do like the little dance like the fans do, like they're jiggling. You gotta jiggle. Join our guild. We're pushing heroic.
We're 5.5 hours almost into the stream, you finally lost it.
Joke's on you, I lost it years ago.
Okay. Why did it send me here? I am thoroughly confused.
Apply for a business office. Sir Western, can you give us an example of a successful business adventure you've had in the past? Well, I made some money off of 2 white pussies on OnlyFans. And then without saying their cats, you just name drop Sydney and Austin, and like, Austin? Austin has a pussy?
And then you're like, no, Austin is a pussy. I'm just confusing me even more. This is just going downhill so quickly.
How is Austin anyway? I ain't seen him in a while.
Cuddly.
Sleeping all day, I bet.
I would probably have to stream for another 2 hours for a chance to have him to come downstairs, because he's usually always upstairs.
I actually almost thought about the other day going on Fiverr and having somebody make me a YouTube, like profile picture or whatever. I said, why the fuck would I do that?
Or am I just gonna spam? So we're just spamming one button over and over again. I don't know, it's what the game wants me to do.
How much an animated GIF costs? Costs $20 fucking to make an animated GIF.
Basic skills. The last successful hit from Jade
Crazy.
on an opponent restores your crystal power. A successful hit using Steel Wind will also restore your own crystal power.
I don't know why I'm looking at Fiverr, but I am, so don't judge me. I kind of was just curious to see what some of the most nonsensical price stuff on here is. I've never been on this site. So.
Really?
No. Never been on here.
It's Long Shadow. It's Long Shadow.
How much does it cost to have somebody write you a song? $5 for a ghostwrite? That's just steal. Probably like the shittiest song, but lyrics ever.
They're just like
the same punchline over and over. That song name dropping your pets over and over. That would be hilarious.
You can't go into action mode? Sydney Austin, Sydney Austin, Sydney Austin, Sydney Austin, Sydney Austin. That's the song, yes.
And $50. You're out of your mind, dude.
Well, there's things you can get on that site that are like thousands.
Or a rap, or record, a verse, or song.
You can adopt Jade status.
You better give me all 4 in 1 for $150 damn.
And the skills Jade Style and Jade Style Sharp Blade receive a boost. Very good. I will now remove the cliff moss from the dummies. Please use the dragon strike and the stone moss upgrade again.
I don't know how many of these popular YouTubers just outsource to Fiverr for their YouTube video edits now.
Probably, until you can like afford to like pay someone like full time, right? Like you probably just dump it on there and like get someone to like $5 a video or however much, right? Like
I feel like that's very like you'd have to test different people because you're not gonna have the same vision as somebody else might. Like you might say, well, this would be funny as hell right here, and be the complete opposite of what he does, and it's trash, right? Yeah, I feel like you'd have to specifically. You'd have to be very in depth for that type of shit.
Now let's learn about advanced skills.
I find that very annoying to do.
Increase blade fire. Reach 100 blade fire to use the frenzy skill Golden Jade.
It's not like just make me a nice sounding audio, like your guy you got for your songs and stuff. Make me a nice song, and go from there. With a video and an edit, you're it also depends on how long the video is. If you're having somebody edit an hour or 2 hour long video and you want 20 different things within an hour span at certain points, you have to sit there and write out exactly what you want, exactly when it needs to happen, and how it needs to happen.
Well, it's not just that. It's like, is the person going to have the comedic timing you want, or put it in comedy at all, right? Like, obviously, if you're, like, wanting your channel to be the funny channel, and they're turning around and doing, like, a super serious video, that's not gonna work, too. So, yeah, you would probably have to go and, like, go through, like, many people. Right? It wouldn't be like 1, 2, 3 people. You might get it on the first try. It might be you might be lucky, right? But it could be pretty much going through everyone on the site, trying to get someone who does the exact kind of like thing you want, the way you want.
It would be very. Trial and error, a lot of trial and error. Yeah, I mean, you might get extremely lucky and get the best guy for the job on the first or second try, but I don't see it. Or girl.
Yeah.
Guy or girl.
But yeah, it would probably be something you would talk to them before you even like set up an order with them. Just because you would want to like feel out, okay, can you send me a few videos of what you do? Can you, or like link me a few of the YouTube videos you've done, you know, different things like that, in order to like kind of feel out who the person is. That way you're not just going in blind and all of a sudden, you know, ordering 5 videos from someone that you end up throwing out, because that's kind of what you would do if it's just like completely no, not what I want, right? And so you wouldn't want to waste that time and money, because obviously, like, if they're editing videos, it's going to be at least a day to get it back, right? Like, depending on how much you dump to them.
I would be very picky as well with stuff, to an extent, because if it doesn't look like what I picture in my mind, I'm going to be very OCD about it.
Fair.
If I had a logo, like I was talking about a logo, if I had a logo made, if it didn't look great, I'd probably still take it. I don't really like the... Honestly, I'd probably still take it.
It really depends. Like, obviously, the very first thing you're gonna do is, like, if you're looking at logos, YouTube logo is going to, like, bring up 1,000 different things. Like, you're gonna just be looking at, like, oh, well, you can get just, like, say you're... I'm going by, if your thing was Angry Panther, people who get, like, AP as, like, a varsity style logo, or like just like initials like that, or okay, do you want a logo of an Angry Panther, or you know, and then what type? There's like 5,000 different ways you can draw a panther, right? So it really would come down to like what you want, and then giving them something to go off of. Like when I got my logo done, I don't know if you remember, I should have it up. I can toss it up so we can talk about it. Where are you? I need to get up File Explorer. File Explorer. Downloads, where are you? Old Too Many Riffs logo. Where are you? Is it not in a folder? Oh, there it is. Duh. Oh, and it's gonna be 500 feet tall. So when I got this logo done, how I went back and forth with the guy is I was like, okay, I want to get a YouTube logo done. The logo I want is, I want to base it off of, is the Nashville Predators old third jersey logo. I don't want to bring that up because that is copywritten. But anyone who's watching right now who is interested can look up the old Nashville Predators third jersey. It's a skull saber-toothed cat. And I said, okay, so I want something similar to that, but instead of obviously Nashville Predators, Too Many Riffs. It was before I changed my name, and so I gave him a picture of that logo. And then for the colors, I told him I wanted it in the color scheme of the Columbia Fireflies. That's actually the team I was talking about earlier, that when we were talking about that there's no bug logos. And I said, okay, so I want the color scheme of the Columbia Fireflies. And so he came back with something similar to this, and then we went back and... Yeah, which way? This way. Okay. And then we went back and forth until when added the crossbones, because there obviously aren't bones on the Nashville Predators old logo and different things like that, until we came up with that. And I used that for 3 streams. 3 freaking streams.
Yeah, I remember it.
Until I decided to change my name. It wasn't quite 3 streams, but it was pretty close. So, but yeah. Bombcat, that was 1,000 different logos slowly forming into what it is today.
Yeah, you had showed me pretty much every single one.
Yep.
I remember you updated me every day, and I was like,
I was so excited because it was like the evolution of like ideas was and is still so interesting to me. How it started off, I was getting like what I was doing is I would just like send off logos for $5. Just anyone and everyone, any idea is a good idea, right? Even if it's not something you use, it's like something that could evolve into something else. And so, white screen, gotta love not transparent backgrounds, but this isn't really meant to be up for a while. Bombcat started as that. I thought, okay, that's really cool. Kind of reminds me of the Miami whatever Overwatch League thing. And I'm like, you could put a little bomb on that, and that would be cool. Or like a little like wick on fire. And so then I sent that to someone. Again, all these are like way too big. But oh my god, this one's massive. But yeah, I sent it to someone, and this was still too many riffs at this point, but you'll remember this because it's like
I think I already saw like a little bit of it, and I'm like, yeah, I remember that one.
Here, the very first original one was this. I'm like, okay, I really, really like that, but I want something with more personality. But I still took it. It was like $5. Like, it was not a bad logo for $5.
It really reminded me of Final Fantasy. Really reminded me of Final Fantasy. That's why I liked it so much.
But yeah, like, I like it too. It's something I may go back and revisit, maybe update, change it a little bit. But yeah, it was... Then there were a few other ones that were not very good that I got, and I don't even know if I like showed some of them to you.
I wouldn't know unless you.
Where is?
It wasn't very good because they were
like
done awfully, or
like that one.
I don't see it yet. See, we have very different tastes because I don't mind that one.
I thought the glasses were too big and in the way, and that the wick and the flame stood out too much, and then it looked like a cannon in the back.
I agree with you. Like the flame on the end of the wick is way too big, but other than that, I like that.
But yeah, like it looks like a cannon in the back, and that the bomb isn't the cat. The cat's supposed to be a bomb, not in front of the bomb. And so, like, again, I like the idea. It was cheap. It was just another idea. And so, like, that's kind of what I was doing around this time last year, actually, when the process started. And it was just evolving ideas. And then there were a couple other ones that... This one gonna show up fully, because this one is the Cyberpunk cat. That was just...
Oh, I think I remember this one. If it's the one I'm thinking of.
This one's not gonna show up all the way because it's mostly... Yeah, that. And again, I like it, but it's something that... I don't have a cyberpunk theme, so it really doesn't fit. But again, it was just getting...
It wasn't so like... If it actually was colored in...
I do have a colored in version. I just dragged and dropped the non-colored in version. So, because I'm pretty sure this one right here is colored in.
I don't like. That's my only gripe about logos like that, where there's just empty, non-colored in
Is
space.
there like a fit to screen? Oh no. Okay. Yeah, that's the one with the word mark. But yeah.
That's still not. I don't like the. I like the logo itself, but it's just too much emptiness.
Where is the?
I still like the purple or the blue or purple one
logo
better.
Collection. There we go. These ones should be. Because I have a folder directly called Logo Collection, so I should have them on here. Yeah, this is just the colored version. This is the colored version. You know when you have too many logos, when? But yeah. And you can see that like the whole idea was like blue and yellow coloring. But yeah, that's the colored version.
That looks better.
So. And then I have other ones, like where we're talking about varsity. Transform. Fit to screen. That one. That one's just one that I was going through, going like, okay, any idea again is a good idea.
Yeah, I remember you showed me that one too. Yeah.
And then the alt logo, fit to screen, that one. Which again, it's just the word mark or the lettering. Like it was before, obviously. Again, I had changed to Bombcat, but it was just getting ideas. But yeah, Bombcat slowly kind of evolved out of the series of those logos and was like, okay, well, I like Bombcat more than Too Many Riffs because Too Many Riffs never really was meant to be a brand, right? I've said this to you before. And then the first Bombcat I had gotten was actually slightly different colored. And I like it, but it's not the colors I wanted. And I just sent it to her because it's a female who made this. And was like, okay, I really like this. Can we change up a few things? And then we did that. And that's how Bombcat grew out of Too Many Riffs because, yeah, I like the Bombcat brand. But yeah. And then, where's the Christmas logo? The Christmas logo. Oh, I have two Christmas logos. The one that has never really been used. And then the gold and blue one, which I used on Discord for a while. So yeah. But yeah, so that kind of the progression of things so far, because obviously I've brought this up to you before, but I do intend on having like seasonal variation logos that change things up every so often. So like I was thinking of revisiting that first logo, the Nashville Predators version, let's call it, but making it a Bombcat. So like it's the skull of an exploded bomb with a used fuse type thing. It's kind of a revisiting of that because, like I said, I used that for like not even more than a handful of streams. So going back with that idea wouldn't be too like, oh, I've done that before. So, but yeah, that's because I kind of like the idea of having like, it's kind of like sports teams in my mind, where you like have your alternate logo
and every so often have a new alternate logo. That's kind of where I'm at with wanting to do that type of weirdness. I know it's totally like above and beyond, and no one ever asked for that type of thing, but it's like, I like logos, obviously, so why not, right? Why not have fun with shit? You only live once, so YOLO. But yeah. And then I would like another version of, like, I have, like, Snowflake in the background one. But it's like, okay, have one with, like, him wearing a Christmas hat or something like that. Or maybe a snowball has hit one of the glasses and one of them's blocked out. Something like that, right? Like, different other variations of that. And then I would like sooner or later to like figure out a summer and a spring version of the main logo. Like, I don't know what it would be per se. That's kind of far in advance. That's like, we're talking like spring is like 8 months from now, pretty much. So like, yeah, I'm not in a rush at all. But yeah, I'm just weird like that, and like having the different like logos and things and changing it up every so often. It's gonna have the same basic theme all the time, but it's gonna like, yeah, change it up. You can't always have the same thing unless you do, and then, you know, you do you. But I like this sound. But I've been going almost 6 hours, so I am going to leave the stream off here. This has been like the longest stream I have had in like probably a year. So yeah, thanks everyone for sticking around. It's been fun. I will be back tomorrow evening or tonight actually at 8 p.m. for more Swords of Legends Online. I don't know if I'll be going almost 6 hours again, but you know, we'll see if we're having fun. My name's Bombcat. Like I said, I will be back in, let's say 20 hours, however long from now 8 o'clock p.m. is. And that's Eastern time. Brian, I'm going to drop to another voice channel, finish things off, and I will return. But yep. So yeah, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you. Yeah, it was a great night. Thank you, Quiet, for hanging out in the group for a while. But yeah, I will return and see you guys later. Gonna put some music on louder and finish this up.